Since the dawn of history, some stories have no ending. People vanish without a trace. Aircraft disappear from the skies. Ships drift empty across the seas, and entire battalions are swallowed by war. Each case leaves behind fragments: a shoe, a letter, a radio call, but never the full truth. Were these disappearances the result of crime, misfortune, or something we cannot yet explain? From the quiet streets of small towns to the vast oceans and battlefields, these mysteries continue to haunt us, reminding us how fragile certainty really is. Tonight, we step into the unknown, exploring the cases that refuse to be forgotten. And if you wish to walk further into the shadows with us, subscribe, because the next mystery is already waiting. The Disappearance of Joan Risch. A mystery. Without an ending, in the quiet town of Lincoln, Massachusetts, a strange event unfolded on October 24, 1961. A young mother, Joan Risch, vanished from her home, leaving behind a trail of blood and a mystery that has defied explanation for more than 60 years. What happened that autumn afternoon has become one of the most haunting unsolved cases in American history. A suburban life. Interrupted, Joan was 31 years old, living with her husband Martin and their 2 young children. By all appearances, she was living the typical suburban life of the early 1960s. Neighbors described her as attentive, intelligent, and friendly. Her days revolved around caring for her children, keeping the house, and maintaining the routines of family life. On the morning of October 24th, everything seemed ordinary. Martin had left on a business trip. Joan took her daughter Lillian to nursery school, then spent the morning at home with her toddler son. By early afternoon, she collected Lillian and returned home. Nothing seemed out of place. Yet, within hours, everything would change. The scene of disappearance. That evening, neighbors became concerned when they noticed the Risch home unusually quiet. Inside, they discovered a disturbing scene. Bloodstains covered the kitchen floor and walls. A telephone had been ripped from the wall. Paper towels were soaked with blood. Most unsettling of all was a trail of blood leading from the kitchen, out the driveway, and into the street, where it suddenly stopped. Joan was gone. Her children were safe, but their mother had disappeared, without a trace. The first investigation police quickly descended on the home. The blood was confirmed to be Joan's type. Experts determined that while the loss was serious, it was not necessarily fatal. Yet no body, no weapon, and no forced entry were found. Witness accounts offered conflicting clues. One neighbor reported seeing a woman resembling Joan running along a nearby road that afternoon, holding something red in her hands. Another mentioned a suspicious car parked near the house. But these details led nowhere certain. The investigation, instead of revealing answers, only deepened the mystery. Shadows of the past. As detectives dug deeper, they uncovered pieces of Joan's history. Born in Brooklyn in 1930, Joan had suffered tragedy early in life. At the age of 9, she lost her parents in a mysterious fire. She grew up with relatives, eventually attended college, and built a new life with Martin. Friends remembered her as intelligent and private, with a deep interest in literature. Police later learned that Joan had borrowed several books from the local library in the months before she disappeared. Many of them centered on unsolved disappearances, crime stories, and women who vanished under strange circumstances. This discovery raised new questions. Had Joan been researching something, planning something, or was it a chilling coincidence? Theories and possibilities full play. The most direct explanation is that Joan was attacked. An intruder could have entered, injured her, and taken her away. The blood trail supported this idea. Yet, with no evidence of forced entry, no struggle beyond the kitchen, and no ransom demand, the theory lacked clarity. A planned escape. Another theory suggested that Joan staged her own disappearance. The library books, the carefully laid blood, trail, and the absence of a body hinted at a deliberate plan. Some believe she wanted to leave her suburban life behind, perhaps to reinvent herself once again. But no trace of Joan ever surfaced. Not in records, not under another identity, not in another town. Accident and confusion. Others believe Joan may have suffered an accident. Perhaps she injured herself, became disoriented, and wandered away. The reported sighting of a blood-covered woman supports this possibility. Yet the total absence of a body, clothing, or evidence makes this theory equally unsatisfying. The family's silence. For Martin Risch, the disappearance was devastating. Returning from his business trip, he found his wife missing, his home in disarray, and the world demanding answers he did not have. He was never considered a suspect, though public speculation often turned in his direction. The children grew up under the shadow of an unsolved mystery, carrying the absence of their mother without closure or explanation. An enduring enigma. As years passed, the case of Joan Risch became one of New England's most famous unsolved mysteries. Investigators, writers, and amateur detectives have returned to the details again and again, each offering interpretations. Some point to the eerie symbolism of her reading habits, others to the unexplained blood trail and witness sightings, but none of the theories have ever fully explained the disappearance. What remains unanswered? More than 6 decades later, the questions remain. If Joan was abducted, who was responsible? And why was no evidence ever found? If she planned her own disappearance, where did she go? And how did she vanish without leaving a single trace? If it was an accident, how could her body remain hidden all these years? The mystery lingers, suspended between fact and speculation. Echoes of the unknown. The disappearance of Joan Risch is a story that resists closure. A mother in a quiet town, living an ordinary life, vanished in a way that continues to baffle investigators and historians alike. Did she step willingly into another life? Was she taken by an unknown hand? Or did her story end quietly, beyond discovery? The blood trail stops at the edge of the road, but the echoes of her mystery continue, stretching, unresolved, into the silence of history. The disappearance of Evelyn Hartley, a vanishing in plain sight. A crisp October evening in 1953, in the quiet town of La Crosse, Wisconsin, a 15-year-old girl named Evelyn Hartley left her home to babysit. Hours later, she would vanish without a trace, leaving behind only fragments of evidence: a broken pair of glasses, a blood-stained ladder, footprints in the grass. It was a disappearance that shocked the community, baffled investigators, and endures today as one of the Midwest's most haunting mysteries. A night like any other Evelyn was a bright, ambitious teenager, described by teachers and friends as responsible and dependable. On the night of October 24th, she agreed to babysit for the Rasmussen family while they attended a school homecoming game. Her plan was simple: spend the evening at the Rasmussen house, care for their 20-month-old child, and return home later that night. Her parents expected a phone call at 8:30 to check in. When the call never came, her father grew uneasy. By 10:30, concerned for her safety, he drove to the Rasmussen home. The house was dark. The doors were locked. No one answered his knocks. Finally, he entered the home and discovered a scene that would become the foundation of one of America's most enduring unsolved cases. The disturbing clues inside the Rasmussen residence: the baby was asleep, unharmed, but Evelyn was nowhere to be found. A pair of her shoes lay in the living room. Her glasses, broken, were discovered in the yard. Outside, investigators soon found other troubling signs. A window screen had been pried open. A ladder, apparently taken from the garage, was propped against the side of the house. Nearby, a small amount of blood stained the ground. Footprints were visible in the grass, some believed to be Evelyn's, others not. It was clear something violent had occurred. But who was responsible, and where had Evelyn gone? The investigation begins. Police launched an immediate and massive search. Hundreds of volunteers combed fields, woods, and riverbanks. Roadblocks were set up. Cars were checked. Neighbors were interviewed. Dogs were brought in to track her scent, which was detected leading away from the house but eventually lost near the road. This suggested Evelyn had been forced into a vehicle and taken away from the scene. Despite the intensity of the search, no body was found, and no clear suspect emerged. A community in fear. The disappearance of Evelyn Hartley sent shockwaves through La Crosse. Parents who had once allowed their children to walk freely now kept them close. Families locked their doors at night. The idea that a young girl could be abducted from a quiet suburban home created a sense of unease that lingered long after the search ended. Police officers worked tirelessly, following hundreds of leads, but every promising trail ended in frustration. Unfolding. Theories: a stranger abduction. The most likely explanation considered by police was that Evelyn had been abducted by a stranger. The pried-open window and the ladder suggested premeditation. The presence of blood hinted at a struggle. The footprints and the missing girl pointed to an intruder who had carefully orchestrated the crime. But if this was true, who was bold enough to commit such an act in a neighborhood where families were home, attending a football game, or simply spending the evening indoors? A crime of opportunity. Others believed the abduction may have been a crime of chance. Perhaps someone saw Evelyn alone, recognized an opportunity, and acted. The ladder and broken glasses may have been improvised in the course of the struggle. But would an opportunist have risked breaking into a home, with the possibility of neighbors noticing or family members returning at any moment? Someone. She knew another possibility is that Evelyn may have known her abductor. Perhaps she opened the door willingly, only to be overpowered. Yet no evidence of acquaintances or suspicious figures in her life was ever discovered. Her friends and classmates described her as cautious, unlikely to put herself in danger. The Wider. Search's days turned into weeks. The investigation expanded beyond La Crosse. Rivers were dragged. Abandoned farms and barns were searched. Tips poured in from across the state. Despite the effort, no trace of Evelyn ever appeared. No ransom note was received. No body was found. She had simply vanished. In the following years, investigators compared the case to others across the Midwest. In some, young women disappeared under similar circumstances. There were whispers of possible connections to known criminals, even to future serial offenders whose crimes would later terrify the region. But no link could ever be proven. The lingering shadows. For Evelyn's family, the loss was devastating. Her parents never stopped searching for answers. They placed their hope in every lead, no matter how small, but closure never came. For the community of La Crosse, Evelyn's disappearance became a wound that time could not heal. Each year that passed brought fewer answers, yet the memory of that October night remained vivid in the minds of those who lived through it. What remains unanswered? More than 70 years later, the case of Evelyn Hartley remains unsolved. Despite advances in forensic science, despite renewed investigations and the dedication of cold case teams, the trail has long since grown cold. The broken glasses, the bloodstains, the ladder, these fragments still speak, but they do not reveal the whole story. Was Evelyn taken by a stranger who vanished into the night? Did someone from the community harbor a dark secret never uncovered? Or does the truth lie buried in a detail overlooked, waiting for discovery? Echoes of the mystery. The disappearance of Evelyn Hartley endures not only because of its tragedy, but because of its unanswered questions. She was a young girl with a bright future, taken in the midst of an ordinary evening. In her absence, only silence remains. Her case is a reminder of how fragile the boundary is between the ordinary and the unknown. One moment, a teenager is reading in a quiet living room. The next, she has vanished into history. The streets of La Crosse have long since changed. The homes are different, the people new. But somewhere, hidden in memory and in unanswered questions, lingers the shadow of Evelyn Hartley, a mystery that, even today, refuses to fade. The vanishing of Dorothy Arnold, an heiress. Lost in the city on a cold December morning in 1910, in the bustling streets of New York City, a young socialite named Dorothy Arnold left her home and vanished. She was 25 years old. The daughter of a wealthy family, educated, well-traveled, and admired in society circles. Yet, despite her privilege and connections, she walked into the city and was never seen again. Her disappearance became one of the most enduring mysteries of the early 20th century, a story of privilege, ambition, and a chilling absence that has never been explained. A life of privilege. Dorothy Harriet Camille Arnold was born in 1885 into a family of affluence and influence. Her father, Francis Arnold, was a wealthy importer and a descendant of a prominent old money lineage. The Arnolds lived in a luxurious townhouse on East 79th Street in Manhattan, surrounded by the comforts of high society. Dorothy attended Bryn Mawr College, graduating with a degree in literature. She aspired to become a writer, a career not typical for young women of her class. Yet her family had the means to support her ambitions, and Dorothy was determined to succeed. She submitted short stories to prestigious magazines such as Harper's, but her work was rejected. Friends would later recall that she took these rejections personally, though she continued to dream of establishing herself as an author. The last day on. December 12, 1910, Dorothy told her mother she was going shopping for a dress to wear to an upcoming party. She left the house around 11 in the morning, wearing a light blue coat, a tailored suit, and carrying a muff to keep her hands warm against the winter air. Her first stop was the Park and Tilford store on Fifth Avenue, where she bought chocolates. Next, she visited Brentano's bookstore on 27th Street, where she purchased a book titled Engaged Girl Sketches. The clerk remembered her well, describing her as calm and pleasant. After that, Dorothy stepped back out into the busy streets of Manhattan. She was seen by an acquaintance around 2 p.m., walking along Fifth Avenue. She appeared in good spirits and mentioned she was going to take a walk through Central Park. That was the last confirmed sighting of her. From that moment on, Dorothy Arnold disappeared into the city without leaving a single trace. The alarming silence. When Dorothy failed to return home that evening, her family grew concerned. By nightfall, worry turned into dread. By morning, her father Francis was in a panic. Rather than immediately notifying the police, the Arnolds first contacted close friends and relatives, hoping she might be staying with someone they knew. As hours turned into days, it became clear that Dorothy was missing. Eventually, Francis Arnold contacted the police, but insisted on keeping the case discreet. He feared scandal, both for his family's reputation and for Dorothy's own standing in society. The press, however, soon learned of the disappearance, and the story exploded into national headlines. The investigation police scoured New York, interviewing witnesses, searching parks, hospitals, and boarding houses. No trace of Dorothy was found. Detectives explored several possible explanations. Elopement. Dorothy had been romantically linked to George Griscom Jr., a man from a wealthy family in Pittsburgh. Her father strongly disapproved of the relationship, describing Griscom as idle and irresponsible. Some believed Dorothy might have tried to meet him in secret, but Griscom was in Europe at the time, and there was no evidence that Dorothy had planned to join him. Suicide. Others believed Dorothy may have taken her own life. Her literary rejections and tensions with her family may have weighed heavily on her. Perhaps she disappeared into Central Park, ending her life in solitude. Yet no body was ever found, despite extensive searches. Abduction. There was also the possibility of foul play. A young woman walking alone through New York was vulnerable, even in broad daylight. Could she have been attacked, abducted, or lured into danger? The trail simply ended, with no witnesses to what happened after her last sighting. The family's response: Francis Arnold was relentless in his search, but also secretive. He refused to speak openly with the press at first, fearing humiliation. Yet, as weeks passed without news, he grew more desperate. He offered rewards for information, hired private detectives, and traveled abroad to follow rumors that Dorothy had been seen in Europe. Each lead ended in disappointment. Letters claiming to be from Dorothy were investigated and dismissed as hoaxes. Sightings reported across the United States and Europe never proved credible. The case became a fascination for the public. Newspapers speculated endlessly about the fate of the missing heiress. To some, Dorothy represented the fragility of wealth and privilege. To others, she was a tragic figure, an ambitious young woman whose aspirations may have driven her into despair. Lingering theories: the secret meeting. Some investigators suspected Dorothy had arranged to meet someone in the city, possibly Griscom or another figure unknown to her family. Perhaps the meeting went wrong. Perhaps she trusted the wrong person. The hidden life. Another theory suggested Dorothy may have been living a secret life, one her family did not fully understand. Could she have been hiding personal troubles or financial problems despite her wealth? Could she have slipped away to reinvent herself elsewhere? Yet her disappearance left behind no financial transactions, no letters, no clues that she had planned such a move. The crime that went unseen. There is also the simplest and most chilling possibility: that Dorothy was the victim of an opportunistic crime. In a crowded city, a young woman could vanish in moments. If she was attacked and killed, her body may have been hidden before police could react. The unanswered questions. Despite exhaustive searches, despite decades of speculation, no trace of Dorothy Arnold was ever found. Her disappearance became one of the most famous missing person cases of the early 20th century, inspiring novels, films, and endless theories. Her family never found closure. Francis Arnold died in 1922, still searching for answers. In his final years, he stated bitterly that if Dorothy had run away, she would be disowned, and if she was dead, it was better left unsaid. Dorothy's fate became not just a family tragedy, but a societal fascination, a reminder that even the most privileged lives can vanish without explanation. Echoes in history. The story of Dorothy Arnold remains an enigma. She left her home for a simple day of shopping, walked into the heart of Manhattan, and disappeared. No confession, no discovery, no final clue has ever solved the riddle. Was she a victim of crime? Did she take her own life? Or did she step willingly into a different existence, leaving behind her name, her wealth, and her family? Over a century later, her story lingers as one of New York's greatest mysteries. A young woman in the prime of her life, swallowed by a city that never sleeps. And somewhere between fact and speculation lies the truth of what happened to Dorothy Arnold, forever lost in time. The disappearance of Paula Jean Weldon, a vanished trail on. A crisp December afternoon in 1946, a college sophomore named Paula Jean Weldon left her dormitory for a walk. She told her roommate she was going to hike a nearby trail, promising she would be back in time for her studies. She never returned. What began as a simple stroll into the woods became one of New England's most enduring mysteries. A disappearance that has haunted Vermont for nearly 8 decades. A promising young student. Paula Jean Weldon was just 18 years old when she vanished. She was a sophomore at Bennington College, a small liberal arts school in southwestern Vermont. Born in Stamford, Connecticut, she came from a respected family. Her father was an industrial chemist, her mother a homemaker. Paula was described as bright, independent, and somewhat reserved. She loved the outdoors, and like many students at Bennington, she enjoyed hiking the rugged trails of the Green Mountains that surrounded the campus. On December 1, 1946, Paula decided to take a walk after a long weekend of studying. It was a Sunday afternoon. She put on a red parka, blue jeans, and sneakers. Not unusual attire for a short hike, but hardly sufficient for the cold December weather. The last sighting around 4 p.m., Paula was seen leaving campus and heading toward a popular trail on Glastonbury Mountain, part of Vermont's Green Mountain National Forest. Several witnesses recalled seeing her along the way. A local man reported giving her directions. Another couple claimed they saw her walking along the trail about 90 minutes before dusk. She was alone, moving at a steady pace. That was the last confirmed sighting of Paula. When she failed to return that evening, her friends assumed she had stayed late. But by morning, it was clear that something was wrong. Paula had not come back. Her bed was empty. Her books and belongings were untouched. She had vanished into the wilderness. The search begins. The disappearance of Paula Jean Weldon sparked one of the largest search efforts Vermont had ever seen. Police, students, local residents, and even the National Guard joined the hunt. Bloodhounds were brought in to track her scent, but the dogs lost the trail at a junction near the mountain. The search covered miles of rugged terrain, dense forest, steep ravines, and icy streams, but no trace of Paula was found. No clothing, no body, no footprints in the snow that fell later that night. Frustration grew as the days turned into weeks. Despite the massive effort, the wilderness yielded nothing. A family's anguish, Paula's disappearance devastated her family. Her father, W. Archibald Weldon, threw himself into the investigation. He organized private search parties, pressed authorities for answers, and followed leads across Vermont and beyond. Rumors swirled. Some claimed Paula had run away to start a new life. Others suggested she had met with foul play. A few even whispered that she had staged her disappearance, perhaps due to the pressures of college life or personal struggles. But Paula's friends insisted she had no reason to leave voluntarily. She was close to her family, committed to her studies, and by all accounts, emotionally stable. Theories and speculation lost in the wilderness. The most obvious explanation is that Paula became lost while hiking. The December weather was cold, the terrain unforgiving. If she strayed from the trail and succumbed to the elements, her body might have been hidden by snow, leaves, or dense undergrowth, but this theory struggles against the sheer scale of the search. Thousands of people scoured the area for weeks, yet not a single piece of evidence was uncovered. Foul play? Another theory is that Paula met with foul play. The trail she walked was not isolated. Hunters, locals, and travelers often passed through. Witnesses confirmed she was last seen alive, but no one reported seeing her return. Could she have encountered someone who lured or forced her away? Her distinctive red coat would have been easy to spot, yet nothing was ever found. A voluntary disappearance. Some speculated that Paula may have chosen to disappear. Perhaps she sought freedom from academic pressure, or a new life away from her family's expectations. But again, no evidence supported this. Paula left behind no letters, no money, and no plans. Her sudden vanishing without preparation makes this theory difficult to accept. The Bennington Triangle. Over time, Paula's case became linked to a series of strange disappearances in the same region. Between 1945 and 1950, several people vanished in the area around Glastonbury Mountain under mysterious circumstances. This cluster of cases led some writers to label the region the Bennington Triangle, a place of unexplained vanishings, strange sightings, and eerie folklore. While skeptics argue these are coincidences, the legend only deepened the sense of mystery around Paula's disappearance. Legacy and impact. The disappearance of Paula Jean Weldon had lasting consequences for Vermont. At the time of her vanishing, Vermont had no state police force. The fragmented response and lack of coordination in the search highlighted the need for a professional statewide law enforcement agency. In part because of the failure to find Paula, the Vermont State Police was formally established in 1947. Though Paula was never found, her case changed the way the state handled disappearances and investigations. The unanswered questions. Nearly 80 years later, Paula's fate remains unknown. Did she lose her way in the vast Vermont wilderness? Did she meet with violence at the hands of a stranger? Or did she step willingly into a future that left no trace behind? The questions remain, unanswered and haunting. Her disappearance is still officially unsolved, with no evidence to confirm any theory. Echoes in the present today, hikers still walk the trails where Paula was last seen. The forests of Glastonbury remain vast and silent, holding secrets that time has not revealed. For locals, her name lingers in memory, a reminder of how suddenly the ordinary can turn to mystery. The story of Paula Jean Weldon is not just the tale of one young woman, but a symbol of the unknown. It is the reminder that even in a world mapped and measured, there are still places where answers slip through our grasp, and where the wilderness keeps its secrets. Perhaps the truth of Paula's fate is still out there, hidden beneath the canopy of the Green Mountains, waiting to be found. Until then, her story remains suspended between fact and legend, an echo in the silence of Vermont's forests. The vanishing of Connie Converse, the unheard voice. In the summer of 1974, a woman named Connie Converse packed her belongings into her Volkswagen Beetle, wrote a series of farewell letters, and drove away from Ann Arbor, Michigan. She was 49 years old. She told her loved ones she was leaving to make a fresh start. From that day forward, no one ever saw her again. Her disappearance remains unsolved, but her story is even more extraordinary for another reason. Years before she vanished, Connie had been a pioneering songwriter, creating music that would not be recognized until decades later. She was a woman ahead of her time, her voice nearly lost to history, just like her. A quiet beginning, Elizabeth Eaton Converse, known as Connie, was born in 1924 in Laconia, New Hampshire, and raised in a strict Baptist household. From a young age, she excelled academically, earning a scholarship to Mount Holyoke College. But Connie was restless. She dropped out, moved to New York City, and began searching for a life that matched her ambitions and spirit. In the 1950s, she settled into Greenwich Village, then a growing hub for artists and free thinkers. It was here that Connie began writing songs, intimate, poetic pieces that reflected her sharp mind and inner world. A voice. Ahead of its time, unlike the folk revivalists who would soon dominate Greenwich Village, Connie's songs were personal and confessional. She wrote of loneliness, longing, and identity, subjects rarely explored so openly in popular music of the 1950s. Her lyrics were tinged with wit, melancholy, and quiet rebellion. She recorded her songs privately, often in the kitchens and living rooms of friends. On one occasion, she performed on Walter Cronkite's CBS television show, but widespread recognition never came. Music executives dismissed her, telling her there was no audience for her style. In truth, Connie's music anticipated the singer-songwriter movement that would later be defined by artists like Joni Mitchell, Leonard Cohen, and Bob Dylan. But in the 1950s, she was an outlier, too unconventional, too early. Leaving New York by the 1960s, disillusioned by her lack of success, Connie left New York. She moved to Ann Arbor, Michigan, to live near her brother Phil. There, she took administrative jobs, wrote essays, painted, and pursued intellectual interests. But she grew increasingly withdrawn. Friends and family noticed her deepening sense of despair. She drank heavily. She spoke often of feeling out of place in the world, of having missed her moment. Her letters from this period are filled with a haunting combination of sharp humor and quiet resignation. Despite her struggles, she continued to write. In her journals, she explored philosophy, politics, and her own inner turmoil. But her music, once her outlet, lay mostly silent. The farewell. Letters in August 1974, Connie made her final decision. She wrote a series of letters to family and close friends. In them, she expressed gratitude for their love, but confessed she felt her life had reached an impasse. She spoke of wanting to start over somewhere new, away from the weight of her past. Her words were both calm and final. In one letter, she wrote, "Let me go. Let me be if I can. If you want to hold me in your mind." Shortly after mailing the letters, she packed her belongings into her car and drove away. She was never heard from again. Theories and possibilities. A new life, one possibility, is that Connie truly did start anew. Perhaps she left Ann Arbor, found a new city, and lived quietly under a different name. She had no dependents, no commitments that would tie her down. Yet no trace of her ever surfaced. No records, no sightings, no communication. A tragic ending. Another theory is that Connie took her own life. The farewell tone of her letters, her history of depression, and her feelings of failure all support this. If she ended her life somewhere far from home, it is possible her body was never identified. The disappearance as a statement. Some have suggested that Connie's disappearance was both personal and symbolic, a final act of control in a life where she had felt invisible. By vanishing, she may have chosen to author her own ending, leaving behind a silence as profound as her music. Rediscovery. Of her music, for decades, Connie's songs remained hidden in old reel-to-reel tapes stored by friends who remembered her. In 2004, one of those friends shared her recordings with a New Jersey radio station. The response was immediate and powerful. Listeners were captivated by her haunting voice, her introspective lyrics, and the sense of timelessness in her work. In 2009, a compilation titled "How Sad, How Lovely" was released, bringing her songs to a wider audience for the first time. Critics compared her to the great singer-songwriters of the 20th century, marveling that her work had been overlooked for so long. Connie, once dismissed as irrelevant, was finally recognized as a pioneer. But by then, she had long since disappeared, unable to witness the recognition she had always longed for. A legacy in absence. The tragedy of Connie Converse lies not only in her disappearance but in the silence that followed her life's work. She poured her thoughts, her wit, and her sadness into songs that the world was not ready to hear. And when she finally chose to leave, she left behind both a mystery and a gift. Her music, once almost forgotten, now circulates around the world, inspiring listeners who hear in her voice the echoes of solitude, longing, and quiet brilliance. What remains unanswered? Where did Connie go on that summer day in 1974? Did she build a new life in anonymity? Or did her journey end shortly after it began? Was her disappearance a search for freedom or a final surrender? No one knows. Her family never received another word. No official trace has ever been found. What remains are her songs, fragments of a life that slipped away, yet still speaks in melodies and words as fresh today as they were when she wrote them. Echoes of a vanished voice. The story of Connie Converse is the story of an artist lost in time, a woman whose talent was discovered too late and whose fate remains unknown. She was a visionary before the world was ready, a voice silenced before it could fully be heard. Her disappearance is unsolved, but her music endures. In every lyric, in every fragile recording, there is a reminder of what was lost and what still survives. Perhaps somewhere Connie found the peace she longed for, or perhaps her silence was her final song. The disappearance of Ray Gricar, a prosecutor lost to silence. On a spring afternoon in April 2005, the elected district attorney of Center County, Pennsylvania, left his home for a short drive. His name was Ray Gricar, a respected prosecutor, with decades of experience and a reputation for being calm, methodical, and deeply committed to justice. He told his girlfriend he was taking the day off. Hours later, his car was found abandoned near a river. Ray Gricar himself was gone. Despite intensive investigations, searches, and speculation, his body was never recovered. To this day, his disappearance remains one of the most mysterious cases in modern American legal history. A respected career Ray Frank Gricar was born in Cleveland, Ohio in 1945. After earning his law degree, he built a career in public service, eventually moving to Pennsylvania. In 1985, he became the district attorney of Center County, a position he would hold for 2 decades. As district attorney, Gricar handled cases ranging from routine criminal matters to high-profile prosecutions. He was respected for his steady judgment and his unwillingness to be swayed by politics or public pressure. But behind his calm demeanor, some said, he was a private man, careful about what he shared, even with those closest to him. The day he vanished on April 15, 2005, Gricar left his home in Bellefonte, Pennsylvania, telling his girlfriend he was going for a drive. He did not say where. Later that evening, his red Mini Cooper was discovered in a parking lot near the Susquehanna River in Lewisburg, about an hour's drive from home. Inside the car were his cell phone, keys, and wallet, but there was no sign of Gricar. The location immediately raised suspicion. The river was wide and swift, but searches by divers and cadaver dogs turned up nothing. Troubling discoveries. The mystery deepened when investigators examined his home computer. In the weeks before his disappearance, someone had searched for terms like how to wreck a hard drive and how to destroy a laptop. Not long after, Gricar's work laptop was found discarded in the Susquehanna River near the spot where his car had been parked. The hard drive was missing. Later, the hard drive itself was found separately, damaged beyond recovery. Whatever information it contained was lost forever. The combination of these details suggested either careful planning or an attempt to cover up something far larger. Theories and speculation suicide. One possibility is that Gricar took his own life. The river location, the abandoned car, and the missing hard drive seemed to suggest a deliberate final act. Some friends said he had recently appeared tired and contemplative, but if this were the case, why was no body ever recovered? The river was searched extensively, with no results, and his family insisted he had shown no signs of despair. Voluntary disappearance. Another theory is that Gricar chose to vanish intentionally. At age 59, near retirement, perhaps he wished to escape the pressures of his career. His destroyed laptop may have been a way of severing ties with his professional past, but starting over would not have been simple. Gricar had no known plans, no financial preparations, and no history of wanting to disappear. To this day, no confirmed sightings of him exist. Foul play. The most troubling possibility is that Gricar was murdered. As district attorney, he had made enemies, criminals he had prosecuted, cases he had rejected, and powerful figures he had opposed. Years earlier, in 1998, he had declined to prosecute a case against Jerry Sandusky, a former Penn State football coach who was later convicted of serial child abuse. Some have speculated that Gricar's disappearance might be connected to that decision, or to other cases that put him in conflict with influential people. Yet investigators found no evidence of an abduction or attack. The carefully abandoned car and missing hard drive seemed almost too neat, too deliberate, to point clearly toward foul play. A man of secrets. What makes Ray Gricar's disappearance especially perplexing is how little is truly known about his private life. He was divorced twice and lived quietly with his girlfriend at the time. He had one daughter with whom he was close. Those who knew him described him as disciplined and cautious, a man unlikely to take reckless risks. Yet his final day seemed anything but routine. Had he been carrying secrets? Was his destroyed hard drive evidence of knowledge he wanted erased, or knowledge someone else feared might be revealed? The search for answers over the years. Countless leads have been pursued. Psychics offered tips, private investigators launched their own searches, and police followed reports of sightings across the country. None proved credible. In 2011, when the Sandusky scandal exploded nationally, Gricar's name re-entered the headlines. Some speculated his refusal to prosecute Sandusky years earlier might have made him a target, or that he knew more than he ever revealed. But no connection has ever been proven. In 2015, a decade after his disappearance, Ray Gricar was officially declared legally dead. But the case remains open, its questions unresolved. What remains unanswered? The disappearance of Ray Gricar leaves behind haunting questions. If he ended his own life, why was no trace ever found? If he chose to start over, how did he vanish so completely, leaving no financial or digital footprint? If he was silenced by others, what secret was so dangerous that it cost him his life? The damaged laptop and missing hard drive loom like symbols of the mystery itself. Evidence that once existed, now forever lost. Echoes of a vanished life ray. Gricar's story is not only about the disappearance of a man, but about the fragility of truth in a world of secrets. He was a prosecutor, sworn to uncover facts and pursue justice. Yet his own fate has become a puzzle with missing pieces, a case that resists resolution. To this day, the banks of the Susquehanna River remain silent, the answers hidden somewhere, between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Did Ray Gricar walk away, vanish into a new identity, or was he silenced in a way too carefully planned to leave evidence? The questions linger, unresolved, like the man himself, gone without a trace. The disappearance of Leah Roberts. A road into mystery. In March 2000, a young woman named Leah Roberts packed her belongings, withdrew thousands of dollars from her bank account, and set off on a solo road trip from North Carolina. She told no one exactly where she was going. 9 days later, her Jeep was found wrecked on a logging road in the forests of Washington state, its windows smashed, its contents scattered. Leah herself was gone. To this day, she has never been found. Her disappearance remains one of the most haunting, unsolved mysteries of the Pacific Northwest. A life changed by tragedy. Leah Toby Roberts was born in 1976 and grew up in Durham, North Carolina. She was described as bright, creative, and adventurous. She loved music, literature, and travel, and she dreamed of experiencing life beyond the ordinary. But Leah's world was shaken by tragedy. In 1996, her mother died of heart disease. Just 3 years later, her father succumbed to a long illness. Leah was left devastated. The losses seemed to awaken something in her, a desire to live fully, to embrace freedom, and to seek meaning in experiences rather than routines. After dropping out of North Carolina State University, she began to speak openly about wanting to follow the road and live with purpose. She admired the writings of Jack Kerouac, especially on the road, and often spoke of hitting the open highway to find herself. The journey begins. In March 9th, 2000, Leah's roommate returned home to find that Leah was gone. Her cat was left behind, but money and personal belongings were missing. Leah had withdrawn several $1,000s from her bank account, and her Jeep Cherokee was gone. Days later, postcards arrived for her sister Kara and her friends. Leah wrote that she was safe and happy, and that she was pursuing the journey she had always dreamed of. She offered no details, only reassurance. Unbeknownst to her loved ones, Leah was driving across the country, toward the mountains of the Pacific Northwest. Discovery of the Jeep on March 18th, 9 days after she left Durham. Leah's Jeep was discovered on a remote logging road near Bellingham, Washington. The vehicle was severely damaged. Its windows were broken, the airbags deployed, and clothes and belongings were scattered around. Investigators were puzzled. The wreck looked staged. Some items were neatly arranged inside the car, including her cat carrier and personal effects. Cash and jewelry were left untouched, but Leah herself was missing. There was no sign of blood or injury inside the Jeep. No footprints leading away from the crash site. No clear evidence of what had happened. The investigation, police began piecing together Leah's final days. Receipts showed she had traveled across the country, stopping at motels and gas stations along the way. Witnesses in Bellingham recalled seeing her at a restaurant with an unidentified man shortly before her Jeep was found. The man was never identified. The crash itself raised more questions than answers. Experts determined that the Jeep had been driven deliberately off the road at high speed, hitting an embankment. The force was enough to deploy the airbags, but there was no evidence Leah had been inside when the impact occurred. It looked less like an accident and more like a staged scene. Theories and speculation. Voluntary disappearance. Some believe Leah staged the crash to vanish intentionally. After losing both parents, she may have sought complete independence from her old life. Inspired by Kerouac, perhaps she wanted to leave behind her identity and start anew, somewhere no one would look for her. But if that was her plan, why leave cash, clothes, and valuables behind in the car? And why has no trace of her ever surfaced in the years since? A fatal accident in the wilderness. Another possibility is that Leah wandered into the surrounding forest after the crash. The rugged terrain near Bellingham is vast, filled with steep ravines, thick woods, and cold rivers. If she had been injured or disoriented, she may have succumbed to the elements. Yet extensive searches by police and volunteers found nothing. No body, no clothing, no belongings. Foul play. The most troubling theory is that Leah met with foul play. The sighting of her with an unidentified man shortly before her Jeep was found suggests she may not have been alone. If someone harmed her, the staged crash could have been a way to mislead investigators. But without evidence, no blood, no struggle, no witnesses, this theory remains unproven. The family's search for Leah's family, the disappearance, was devastating. Her sister Kara traveled to Washington, pleading for information and organizing searches. The family clung to hope that Leah had chosen a new life, but the uncertainty left them in anguish. Over the years, investigators revisited the case, but every lead went cold. Occasional reports of sightings, letters, or clues were investigated but never confirmed. The broader mystery. Leah's case soon became one of several high-profile disappearances in the Pacific Northwest, a region known for its wilderness and unsolved cases. Writers and researchers have speculated that she may have become the victim of an opportunistic crime, or that she is among those who vanish into the vast landscapes of the region, where answers are rarely found. Her story also resonates as a tale of searching, a young woman chasing freedom, driven by tragedy, seeking meaning on the open road, only to be consumed by uncertainty. What remains unanswered? More than 2 decades later, Leah's fate is still unknown. Did she walk away from her life to begin again? Did she fall victim to a chance encounter in a distant town? Or does she lie, somewhere in the forests near Bellingham, hidden by the landscape she longed to explore? Her Jeep, her belongings, and her words are all that remain. But the central question, what became of Leah Roberts, has never been answered. Echoes of the Open Road. The disappearance of Leah Roberts is both a mystery and a tragedy. She was a young woman shaped by loss, seeking meaning in the freedom of the highway. Her journey carried her across the country, but ended in silence, with only scattered belongings and unanswered questions left behind. Her story lingers as a reminder of how the road, filled with promise and discovery, can also lead into the unknown. Did Leah find what she was searching for? Or did the wilderness claim her before she could? The trail ends on a forest road in Washington, but the echo of her journey continues. An unfinished story, lost somewhere between freedom and disappearance. The disappearance of Morgan Nick, a childhood lost to the night on. A warm summer evening in 1995, a 6-year-old girl named Morgan Nick went to a Little League baseball game with her mother. The town was Alma, Arkansas, a quiet community where families gathered for sports and children played freely under the lights. As the game unfolded, Morgan joined friends near the field to chase fireflies. Moments later, she was gone. What began as an ordinary night became the start of one of the most haunting child abduction cases in American history, a mystery that, decades later, remains unsolved. A bright young Life Morgan Chantel. Nick was born in 1988. Her mother, Colleen, described her as energetic, kind, and full of curiosity. She loved playing outdoors, spending time with friends, and helping her younger siblings. On June 9, 1995, Morgan asked her mother if she could join other children near the baseball field after the game had begun. Colleen was cautious. She worried about safety, but eventually allowed Morgan to go, reminding her to stay close and return soon. The decision, so ordinary in any small-town setting, would mark the last time Colleen saw her daughter. The night of the disappearance, around 10:30 p.m., Morgan was playing barefoot near the field with 2 other children, collecting fireflies in a jar. At some point, the other children noticed Morgan stopping at her mother's car to empty sand from her shoes. When they looked back, she was gone. Witnesses reported seeing a red pickup truck parked near the field that evening, described as an older model with a white camper shell. Some claimed they saw a man standing nearby, watching the children. Others recalled nothing unusual. In the chaos that followed, families scoured the grounds, calling Morgan's name, searching behind bleachers, concession stands, and parking areas. But the little girl had vanished in the span of minutes. The immediate search police were notified almost instantly. Roadblocks were set up around Alma. Officers searched vehicles, fields, and wooded areas nearby. Volunteers fanned out across the town, but there was no trace of Morgan. The red pickup truck became a central clue, but despite descriptions, it was never located. In the days that followed, helicopters, dogs, and search teams combed the region. Flyers with Morgan's picture were distributed nationwide, yet every lead came to nothing, a family's devastation. For Colleen Nick, the disappearance was shattering. She became an advocate from the very beginning, refusing to let Morgan's name fade. Colleen founded the Morgan Nick Foundation, an organization dedicated to preventing child abductions and supporting families of missing children. Her determination kept Morgan's case in the public eye, ensuring that even as years passed, the search never ended. Theories and possibilities. Stranger abduction. The leading theory is that Morgan was taken by a stranger. The presence of the red pickup, the brief window of opportunity, and the lack of immediate evidence all point toward a carefully timed abduction. But the identity of the suspect has never been confirmed. Someone known. Investigators also considered whether Morgan may have known her abductor. Children are more likely to approach someone familiar without suspicion. But no friends, family, or acquaintances were ever identified as suspects. A mist cited it is also possible that crucial evidence was overlooked in the confusion. The ball field was crowded. Dozens of families were leaving at the same time. A child could have been led away or forced into a vehicle without anyone realizing what was happening until it was too late. Leads and dead ends over the years, countless tips have been investigated. Some claimed Morgan was seen in neighboring states. Others suggested she had been taken into human trafficking networks. At one point, police even dug at a property in Arkansas after receiving information about possible remains. Nothing was found. 1. Of the strongest leads came in 2001, when authorities investigated a convicted kidnapper in connection with Morgan's disappearance. But despite similarities in his crimes, evidence failed to tie him to the case. The red pickup, still central to the mystery, has never been traced to a definitive owner. The broader impact Morgan's disappearance had a profound effect on child safety awareness in Arkansas and beyond. Her case helped push for the creation of the Amber Alert system in the state, ensuring that missing children's information could be broadcast quickly and widely. Through her foundation, Colleen Nick has worked tirelessly to protect other children, turning her personal tragedy into a mission that has saved lives. What remains unanswered? Nearly 3 decades later, the central questions remain. Who took Morgan Nick from that ball field? Where did the red pickup truck go? How could a 6-year-old child vanish in the midst of a crowd, leaving behind no clear trace? The absence of answers continues to weigh heavily, not only on her family, but on the community that still remembers that night. Echoes of the unknown. The story of Morgan Nick is a story of childhood innocence interrupted, of a life cut short not by death but by disappearance. It is the story of a mother's relentless search and of a community left haunted by what was lost. Somewhere, perhaps, the truth of Morgan's fate still exists, in a hidden memory, a piece of evidence overlooked, or in the silence of someone who has yet to speak. Until that truth emerges, Morgan remains suspended in time, forever 6 years old, forever chasing fireflies on a summer night. The disappearance of Tiffany Daniels. Shadows on the shore. On a summer morning in 2013, a 25-year-old woman named Tiffany Daniels left her home in Pensacola, Florida. She told her roommate she was going to work, but never arrived. Later that day, her car was discovered near the entrance of a beach park, its doors locked and her belongings still inside. Tiffany herself was gone. More than a decade later, her disappearance remains unsolved, a mystery suspended between the quiet streets of Pensacola and the endless waters of the Gulf of Mexico. A creative spirit, Tiffany Daniels was known as a free-spirited young woman. Born in 1988, she grew up in Texas before moving to Florida, where she worked as a theater technician at Pensacola State College. Friends described her as artistic and adventurous. She loved painting, biking, exploring nature, and spending long days at the beach. She had recently gone through a breakup and was adjusting to new changes in her life. Yet she remained close to her family, often calling her parents in Texas, and seemed determined to shape her life in her own way. The day she vanished. On the morning of August 12, 2013, Tiffany left home early, telling her roommate she was heading to work. But instead of going to her job, she asked for time off, explaining she had things to take care of. By the afternoon, her car, a gray Toyota 4Runner, was spotted near the entrance of Pensacola Beach's Fort Pickens area. Inside the vehicle were her personal belongings, her phone, her wallet, her bicycle, and other items. The car was locked, but Tiffany was nowhere to be found. The search begins. When Tiffany failed to return home, her family grew concerned. By the next day, police were contacted and a search was launched. The location of her car raised immediate questions. The Fort Pickens area is a stretch of barrier island surrounded by white sand dunes and water. It is both beautiful and desolate, a place where someone could vanish without being seen. Search teams scoured the beaches, dunes, and wooded trails. Cadaver dogs were brought in but found no conclusive scent trails. Flyers were distributed across. Pensacola and local media began covering the case. Still, there was no sign of Tiffany. Unsettling clues: inside the car, Tiffany's belongings appeared undisturbed. Her bicycle, which she often used for exercise, was still there. Her phone and wallet were untouched. Nothing suggested robbery or forced entry. Witnesses later reported seeing a woman matching Tiffany's description near the area where her car was parked. Some claimed she was walking along the shoreline. Others thought they saw her getting into a vehicle with an unidentified man. But none of these sightings were confirmed. The lack of clear evidence left investigators with more questions than answers. Theories and speculation: voluntary disappearance. One possibility is that Tiffany chose to walk away from her life. Friends noted that she had been restless, searching for direction. She had spoken about wanting to travel and had recently been through personal struggles. Her decision to take time off work on the day she vanished suggests planning. But if she intended to start over, why leave behind her wallet, phone, and transportation? And why has no trace of her surfaced in the years since? Suicide or accident? Another theory is that Tiffany may have taken her own life or suffered an accident along the water. The Gulf is vast and the tides powerful. If she entered the water, her body may have been carried away, leaving no evidence. Yet those who knew her argued against this. Tiffany was not known to be suicidal, and she had plans for the future. Foul play. The most troubling theory is foul play. Witness reports of Tiffany with an unidentified man suggest she may not have been alone. If someone harmed her, the location of her car could have been part of a deliberate attempt to mislead investigators. In the years following her disappearance, tips came in suggesting she may have been trafficked, with alleged sightings in Louisiana and elsewhere. But none of these leads were ever verified. The families searched Tiffany's parents, Rodney and Cindy Daniels, were devastated by their daughter's disappearance. They traveled from Texas to Florida, working with police, organizing searches, and speaking to the media. They pursued every lead, no matter how slim. When alleged sightings of Tiffany surfaced, they followed them personally, desperate for answers. They never stopped hoping that she was alive. For them, the uncertainty was the hardest part. With no evidence of death and no proof of life, they lived in a limbo of unanswered questions. The wider mystery, Tiffany's case, is part of a troubling pattern in Florida and the Gulf Coast, where disappearances near beaches and highways are often difficult to resolve. The vast landscapes, transient populations, and proximity to trafficking routes create conditions where people can vanish without a trace. For investigators, Tiffany's disappearance has remained a cold case, reopened periodically when new leads surface but never conclusively solved. What remains unanswered? More than 10 years later, the central mysteries endure. Why did Tiffany leave work that morning, taking time off without explanation? Why was her car abandoned, filled with her belongings? Who was the unidentified man witnesses claimed to have seen? And above all, where did Tiffany Daniels go after August 12, 2013? Echoes on the shore. The disappearance of Tiffany Daniels is a story of freedom interrupted, of a young woman seeking direction but lost instead to mystery. It is a story of unanswered questions and a family's enduring hope. Somewhere, perhaps, the truth is still waiting, hidden in a memory unspoken, a witness who has yet to come forward, or in the silence of the Gulf itself. Until then, Tiffany's story remains unfinished, her life suspended between possibility and absence. She left behind a locked car on the edge of the sea, but her trail, like the tide, slipped quietly away. The disappearance of Brittany Drexel. A spring break. Mystery in April 2009. A teenager from upstate New York traveled to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina during spring break. Her name was Brittany Drexel. She was 17 years old, bright, athletic, and full of dreams for the future. But on the evening of April 25th, she walked out of a hotel on Ocean Boulevard and vanished. For years, her case remained unsolved, an open wound for her family and a mystery that haunted Myrtle Beach. A young life full of promise. Brittany Drexel was born in 1991 in Rochester, New York. She grew up playing soccer, loved fashion and makeup, and dreamed of becoming a cosmetologist. In April 2009, she asked her parents for permission to go to Myrtle Beach with friends for spring break. They refused, worried about safety, but Brittany went anyway, leaving Rochester without their knowledge. What seemed like a typical teenage rebellion would lead to one of the most infamous missing persons cases of the decade. The last day on April 25th, Brittany spent the day with friends along Myrtle Beach's crowded strip of hotels and boardwalks. As evening approached, she texted her boyfriend back home, telling him she was leaving one hotel to visit another. Surveillance cameras captured her entering the Blue Water Resort around 8 p.m. When about 10 minutes later, the same cameras recorded her leaving the building and walking south along Ocean Boulevard. That was the last confirmed sighting of her. When she failed to return to her hotel that night, her friends grew concerned. By the next morning, Brittany's mother, Dawn, received a phone call she had always feared. Her daughter was missing. The immediate search police quickly launched an investigation. Volunteers scoured the beaches, hotels, and neighborhoods. Flyers were distributed, and her face appeared on news broadcasts across the country. But Myrtle Beach, bustling with spring break crowds, offered endless possibilities. Hundreds of people came and went each day, and no one could say for certain what had happened to Brittany after she walked out of that hotel. Her cell phone's last signal was traced to a rural area about 50 miles south of Myrtle Beach, near Georgetown, South Carolina. After that, the trail went cold. Theories and possibilities. Running away. At first, some wondered if Brittany had run away. She had left home without her parents' approval, and perhaps she was trying to avoid the consequences. But her family insisted this was not possible. Brittany was close to them, and she had left behind all of her belongings, including money, clothing, and personal items. Abduction. The strongest theory quickly became abduction. A teenage girl walking alone at night, far from home, she was vulnerable. Witnesses in Myrtle Beach reported seeing her earlier that day, but no one reported seeing her after she left the hotel. The cell phone ping south of the city only deepened suspicions. If she had been forced into a vehicle, her abductor could have taken her into the rural backroads and swamps of South Carolina, places where secrets could easily be hidden. Human trafficking. Some investigators speculated that Brittany may have been taken into human trafficking networks. Myrtle Beach, like many coastal cities, has a transient population and a high volume of visitors, creating conditions traffickers exploit. But despite extensive efforts, no evidence supported this theory. Years of silence. For her family, the following years were agonizing. Dawn Drexel never gave up hope, appearing in countless interviews, organizing vigils, and working with police to keep her daughter's case alive. Tips poured in over the years, alleged sightings, rumors, and confessions. But every lead led to disappointment. The mystery of Brittany Drexel became one of the most famous unsolved cases in America, drawing national attention from the media and advocacy groups. A break in the case. For more than a decade, Brittany's disappearance remained unsolved. Then, in 2022, investigators made a stunning announcement. After years of investigation, they arrested a man named Raymond Moody, a registered sex offender living in South Carolina. Authorities revealed that Moody had abducted and killed Brittany the night she disappeared, burying her body in a wooded area near Georgetown, the same place her cell phone had last pinged in 2009. Moody eventually confessed, leading investigators to the remains, which were identified as Brittany's through DNA testing. After 13 years, the mystery of Brittany Drexel's fate had finally been answered. A family's pain and resolve. For Brittany's family, the discovery brought both relief and heartbreak. The hope of finding her alive was gone, but at last they had answers. Her mother, Dawn, spoke of the years of uncertainty, of the pain of not knowing. She also spoke of the strength Brittany's memory gave her, pushing her to fight for justice and to support other families of missing children. The long search for Brittany highlighted the importance of persistence, community support, and the unyielding determination of loved ones. What remains? Unanswered. Even with a confession, questions linger. Why did it take more than a decade to uncover the truth? Were there signs overlooked in 2009? Could Brittany have been saved if evidence had been found sooner? The mystery is no longer about her fate, but about the gaps, the missing details of her final moments, and the silence that kept the truth hidden for so long. Echoes of a lost life. The story of Brittany Drexel is not only about tragedy, it is also about endurance. For 13 years, her name was kept alive by her family and by strangers who refused to forget. Her disappearance serves as a reminder of how fragile safety can be, how quickly an ordinary moment can fracture into mystery. And though her case is officially solved, the echo of her story lingers. Brittany Drexel went to Myrtle Beach seeking fun, freedom, and the thrill of youth. Instead, she became a symbol of loss and of the power of a mother's determination to uncover the truth. Even now, the beaches of South Carolina carry the memory of that April night when a teenager walked out of a hotel and into history, never to return. The vanishing of Brandon Lawson. A highway mystery. The night of August 8, 2013, a young father from Texas made a desperate call for help on a deserted stretch of highway. His words were frantic, fragmented, and haunting. Within minutes, he vanished without a trace. This is the story of Brandon Lawson. A life in motion. Brandon Lawson was born in 1986, a 26-year-old father of 4 at the time of his disappearance. He lived in San Angelo, Texas, with his longtime girlfriend, Ledessa Lofton. Friends described him as hard-working, family-oriented, and determined to build a better life. But on that hot August evening, Brandon's life took a turn that would leave his family and investigators searching for answers for nearly a decade. The night of August 8, 2013, that evening, Brandon had an argument with Ledessa. Upset, he left home around 11:53 p.m. and set out in his pickup truck, heading toward his father's house in Crowley, nearly 3 hours away. But somewhere along U.S. Route 277, near the small town of Bronte, his truck ran out of gas. Stranded. On the roadside, Brandon called his brother Kyle for help. Kyle agreed to bring fuel, but before he arrived, a series of strange and chilling events unfolded. The 911 call at 12:50 a.m., Brandon placed a call to 911. His voice was urgent and strained. In the call, which lasted just over 40 seconds, Brandon told the operator he needed help. His words were difficult to understand, interrupted by static and heavy breathing. He mentioned being chased into the woods, said something about a field, and repeated that he was out of gas. At one point, he seemed to say, "There are guys chasing me." The dispatcher asked his location, but Brandon's answers were fragmented. Then, the call abruptly ended. This 911 call remains one of the most haunting aspects of the case, its unclear audio fueling endless debate over what Brandon was trying to say. The last known sightings, shortly after the 911 call, a passing motorist. noticed Brandon's abandoned truck on the side of the highway and called authorities. Around 1:10 a.m., a sheriff's deputy arrived at the scene. By that time, Kyle had also reached the location with a gas can, but Brandon was nowhere to be found. His truck was locked, his cell phone, keys, and wallet were gone. There were no signs of a struggle near the vehicle, just an empty truck on the side of a dark Texas highway. The search that night, officers, family members, and volunteers began searching the surrounding fields and brush. The area was rugged, filled with cacti, snakes, and thick vegetation. Despite hours of searching, there was no trace of Brandon. No footprints, no clothing, no clues. In the days that followed, law enforcement used helicopters, thermal imaging, and tracking dogs. Still, nothing. It was as though Brandon had disappeared into thin air. Theories and speculation foul play. Many believe Brandon may have encountered foul play. His panicked 911 call suggested he was being chased. Some theorize he stumbled upon criminal activity on that isolated stretch of highway and was silenced. Yet no evidence of foul play was ever discovered. No disturbed ground, no blood, no signs of violence. Hiding or running, others suggest Brandon may have been hiding from law enforcement. He had an outstanding warrant for a felony charge and may have feared being arrested when the deputy arrived. This could explain why he fled into the brush instead of waiting by his truck. But would that alone explain his desperate 911 call? Disorientation, and the elements another theory points to the harsh environment. Brandon had not slept for nearly 2 days before his disappearance, and some reports suggest possible drug use. Combined with stress and exhaustion, he may have been disoriented. In this scenario, Brandon may have wandered into the wilderness, become lost, and succumbed to the elements. But again, no remains were found in the initial searches. The audio debate. The 911 call has been analyzed repeatedly by experts, amateur sleuths, and the true crime community. Different listeners hear different phrases. "They're chasing me," "ran into them," "we're not talking to them," or even unintelligible fragments that sound like cries for help. This ambiguity has kept the case alive for years, with each interpretation offering a different possible outcome. A decade of uncertainty. Mitterborg. Nearly 10 years, Brandon's family lived with questions and no answers. His girlfriend, Ledessa, raised their children while keeping his memory alive. His brother Kyle continued to speak publicly about that night, hoping someone would come forward with information. Every year, searches were renewed, drawing volunteers, and investigators to the fields of Koch County, Texas. Each search ended in heartbreak, a discovery. At last in February 2022, nearly 9 years after Brandon vanished, searchers finally found human remains near the area of his disappearance. Clothing at the site matched what Brandon had been wearing the night he disappeared. In 2023, DNA testing confirmed the remains belonged to Brandon Lawson. At last, the family had an answer, but not a full explanation. The cause of death could not be determined, leaving the central mystery intact. The unanswered questions. Even with Brandon's remains recovered, the story is not complete. What happened after his frantic 911 call? Who or what was he running from? Did he die of exposure? Or was there more to the story that investigators never uncovered? The mystery of his disappearance has shifted into a mystery of his final moments. Moments that remain silent, locked away in the Texas night. A legacy of questions. Brandon Lawson's story has become one of the most haunting modern missing persons cases, largely because of the chilling 911 call. It reflects the fragility of safety and the thin line between ordinary life and sudden tragedy. His disappearance and the decade-long wait for answers reminds us of the vastness of rural landscapes, the limitations of human searches, and the echoes of words left on a phone line. On that August night in 2013, Brandon Lawson's voice carried across a dark highway, desperate, confused, and pleading for help. Today, his story endures as both a tragedy and a mystery, one that may never be fully resolved. The disappearance of Logan Schindelman, a vanishing on the interstate. A quiet spring morning in 2016, a young man's car was found abandoned along Interstate 5 in Washington state. Inside were his personal belongings, his phone, and his wallet. But Logan Schindelman himself was gone, never to be seen again. This is the story of a disappearance that still unsettles investigators, family, and all who hear it. A young man's life. Logan Drew Schindelman was born on June 27, 1996, in Olympia, Washington. Raised primarily by his grandmother, Ginny, Logan grew up in the small town of Tumwater. He was known as a thoughtful, soft-spoken young man with an interest in art, music, and sports. In high school, Logan was popular and athletic, excelling as a cornerback on the football team. After graduation, he briefly attended Washington State University before returning home, unsure of his next steps. By 2016, Logan was 19 years old. He lived with his grandmother and his half-sister, Chloe, in Tumwater. Friends said he had been reflective in the weeks leading up to his disappearance, often talking about life, identity, and what direction his future might take. The day before. On May 18, 2016, Logan spent time with his grandmother, talking more deeply than usual. Ginny later recalled that Logan mentioned having a sort of epiphany about his life. He seemed contemplative, perhaps even troubled, but did not elaborate. That night, Logan went to bed in his room at home. By the next morning, May 19th, he was gone. The abandoned car. That morning, Ginny noticed that Logan had left without saying goodbye. This was unusual, but she assumed he had gone to meet friends. Later that day, a Washington State Patrol officer found Logan's black 1996 Chrysler Sebring parked awkwardly on the shoulder of Interstate 5 near mile marker 92 in Rochester, just 20 minutes from his home. The car was abandoned. Inside were Logan's wallet, identification, and cell phone. But Logan was nowhere to be found. The position of the car was strange. It was partially in the lane, as though it had been stopped suddenly or abandoned in haste. Witness accounts. Several drivers reported unusual sightings that morning. One motorist saw Logan's car drifting across lanes before pulling over. Another reported seeing a young man, matching Logan's description, standing at the back of the car looking distressed. Most puzzling was a report of 3 men seen near the vehicle, 2 standing outside and 1 inside the car. These sightings could never be confirmed, but they added a layer of complexity to an already strange scene. By the time police officially connected the abandoned car to Logan, he had already been missing for hours. The investigation search teams combed the area around the highway. Helicopters scanned the woods, cadaver dogs were deployed, and the river nearby was searched. Yet there was no trace of Logan. No footprints, no clothing, nothing. Investigators seized his cell phone from the car, but there was little to go on. The phone records showed no recent unusual activity. Interviews with friends and family painted a picture of a young man at a crossroads in life. He had been experimenting with marijuana, drifting away from old routines, and seemed preoccupied with thoughts about identity, particularly as a biracial man in a predominantly white community. But none of these details explained why his car was abandoned on the highway or why he vanished so suddenly. Theories and speculation. Voluntary disappearance. Some believe Logan may have left voluntarily, seeking a new life. He was young, unsettled, and perhaps restless. The abandoned car could suggest he simply walked away, but if so, why leave his wallet and phone behind? Why choose the middle of an interstate as the starting point of a new life? Suicide. Others suggest suicide. Logan had spoken of being troubled, even overwhelmed, in the days before. Perhaps he left his car and took his own life in the wilderness nearby. Yet, despite extensive searches, no remains were ever found. An unlikely outcome if this theory were true. Foul play. The presence of the unidentified men reported near his vehicle has fueled suspicions of foul play. Did Logan encounter strangers, or people he knew, on the highway that morning? Did an altercation occur that ended with his disappearance? No. Evidence has confirmed this theory, but the possibility lingers: accident or disorientation. Another idea is that Logan experienced some form of mental episode or disorientation. He had reportedly been smoking marijuana more frequently. Could he have panicked, abandoned his car, and wandered off, perhaps falling, victim to an accident that left him undiscovered? The highway environment, thick woods, rivers, and rough terrain, could easily conceal someone. The lingering questions. The strangest detail remains the car. Why was it stopped partly in the lane, doors closed, belongings intact? Why abandon it in such a risky spot where traffic roared past at high speeds? And what of the three men allegedly seen nearby? If accurate, who were they, and what role did they play in Logan's fate? With no confirmed sightings, no digital trail, and no remains, every answer leads only to more uncertainty. A family without answers. For Logan's grandmother, Ginny, and his sister Chloe, the disappearance has been a heavy silence in their lives. They continue to hope for clarity, keeping his memory alive while appealing for information. The FBI has reviewed the case, and tips still occasionally surface, but none have broken the mystery open. The mystery endures. Nearly a decade later, the disappearance of Logan Schindelman remains one of the most baffling missing person cases in Washington state. Was he a troubled young man who walked away from his life? A victim of violence on the roadside? Or did something stranger occur that morning on Interstate 5? The answers remain hidden in the silence of that stretch of highway where a young man's car sat abandoned, with its owner gone, and the questions left behind still echoing. The vanishing of Bryce Laspisa. A journey into darkness. In late summer of 2013, a college student set out on a drive home from school. His journey should have taken less than a day. Instead, it became a road to mystery, ending with an abandoned car, a shattered window, and a young man who was never seen again. This is the story of Bryce Laspisa. Early life and personality. Bryce David Laspisa was born on April 30th, 1994 in Illinois. Raised in a supportive family, he was known for his charisma, creativity, and easygoing nature. In 2012, the Laspisa family moved to California, and Bryce soon enrolled at Sierra College in Rocklin, northeast of Sacramento. There, he studied graphic and industrial design. Friends described him as fun, sociable, and talented, an artist with a love for video games, music, and creative expression. By the summer of 2013, Bryce had just completed his sophomore year. He was in a steady relationship with a fellow student, and his future appeared bright. But beneath the surface, changes were beginning to unfold. The days before. In late August 2013, friends and family noticed subtle but troubling shifts in Bryce's behavior. He had started drinking heavily, sometimes consuming liquor daily. He was also taking Vivance, a prescription stimulant often used for focus but sometimes misused for prolonged wakefulness or concentration. His girlfriend, Kim Sly, later recalled that he seemed unusually agitated, restless, and distant. He even gave away personal belongings, such as his prized diamond earrings and a gaming console, to friends, as though preparing for some kind of change. On August 28th, Bryce's behavior escalated. After a night of drinking, he drove to Kim's apartment. There, he reportedly broke up with her, saying she would be better off without him. Concerned by his unusual demeanor, Kim tried to stop him from driving home. But when she contacted Bryce's mother, Karen, Bryce reassured her that he was fine and would talk with her soon. The drive. South on August 29th, Bryce called his mother from his apartment in Rocklin, telling her he planned to drive home to Laguna, Niguel in Southern California, a familiar trip of roughly 8 hours, but Bryce never arrived. Instead, his movements became increasingly strange. He began the journey but stalled repeatedly along the way. That afternoon, he drove only about 90 miles south before stopping in Buttonwillow, a small town off Interstate 5. He contacted roadside assistance for a minor car issue, and his mother, relieved he was okay, expected him to continue the drive. But Bryce stayed in Buttonwillow. Hours passed. He sat in his car, stationary, for nearly 13 hours, sometimes making brief calls but giving no clear explanation for his delay. A roadside service worker who checked on him later said Bryce seemed calm, polite, and sober. Yet, for reasons still unknown, he refused to continue home. The final leg-in, the early morning hours of August 30th, Bryce finally got back on the road. GPS records and phone pings confirmed he drove south, heading closer to his parents' home. But by 5:30 a.m., Bryce's car was discovered abandoned near Castaic Lake, about an hour north of Laguna Niguel. The scene was unsettling. The abandoned. Car Bryce's 2003 Toyota Highlander had careened off a steep embankment near Lake Hughes Road, rolling onto its side. The rear window was shattered from the inside, suggesting someone had broken out. Inside, investigators found Bryce's laptop, phone, and wallet. The driver's seat contained traces of blood, but not enough to suggest a life-threatening injury. Search. Teams scoured the area around the crash site. Helicopters hovered above the lake. Divers searched the waters. Cadaver dogs swept the shoreline, but there was no trace of Bryce. Witness accounts and clues. Several unusual details deepened the mystery. Long delay. Why had Bryce spent nearly a full day in Buttonwillow, parked in his car, before continuing south? The broken window. Investigators determined Bryce had likely kicked out the window himself, perhaps to escape quickly. The blood evidence. Small amounts of blood were found on the seat and the car door, but not enough to indicate a serious injury. No. Signs of a body. Despite extensive searches around Castaic Lake and the surrounding wilderness, no remains were found. Theories and possibilities: accident and disorientation. One theory suggests that Bryce was disoriented, perhaps due to exhaustion, substance use, or an emotional crisis, and wandered away from the crash site, ultimately succumbing to the elements. But intensive searches never recovered his remains, an unusual outcome if he had died nearby. Suicide. Others believe Bryce may have staged the crash as part of a suicide attempt. His erratic behavior, giving away possessions, and farewell-like breakup with his girlfriend could be interpreted as signs. Yet, again, no body was ever recovered, even after exhaustive efforts. Voluntary disappearance. A more mysterious theory suggests Bryce intentionally vanished, using the crash as cover to walk away from his old life. The area around Castaic Lake is rugged, with trails and access points where someone determined could slip away. Could Bryce have planned his disappearance seeking a new life elsewhere? Foul play. Some speculate that Bryce encountered others after leaving the crash site, leading to foul play. However, no evidence has ever surfaced linking another person to his disappearance. A family's vigil. For Bryce's parents, Karen and Michael Laspisa, the disappearance was a devastating rupture in their lives. They have remained vocal in keeping the case alive, organizing searches, working with private investigators, and appealing for tips. Each year, new efforts are made around Castaic Lake, but the mystery remains unresolved. For them, the lack of answers is the hardest part. No closure, no certainty, only the lingering hope that Bryce might still be alive. The mystery of intent, the elf. Most haunting element of Bryce's story lies not only in his disappearance, but in his apparent state of mind before it happened. Why did he give away his possessions? Why did he tell his girlfriend she'd be better off without him? Why did he sit in Buttonwillow for 13 hours, so close yet so far from home? Was he planning something all along, or was he caught in a spiral of confusion and despair? The Unanswered. Road, over a decade later, the disappearance of Bryce Laspisa remains one of California's most perplexing unsolved cases. An abandoned car, a shattered window, a missing young man. These are the only pieces left behind. Did Bryce walk into the wilderness to end his life? Did he plan his escape, choosing to erase himself from the life he knew? Or is there an unseen chapter, an encounter or event that has yet to come to light? For now, the highway south remains silent, the embankment still, and the mystery of Bryce Laspisa endures, an unfinished journey that continues to echo with questions. The disappearance of Jacob Wetterling, a small town's lost innocence. A quiet October night in 1989 in the rural town of St. Joseph, Minnesota, 3 boys set out on a short bike ride. They never made it home together. By the end of that night, one of them, 11-year-old Jacob Wetterling, was gone, leaving behind one of the most haunting mysteries in American history. A town like any other. Joseph was the kind of place people described as safe, neighborly, and uneventful. Families left doors unlocked, children roamed freely, and crime was thought of as something that happened elsewhere. For the Wetterlings, life was ordinary and happy. Jacob, born on February 17, 1978, was the middle child of Patty and Jerry Wetterling. He loved sports, was especially passionate about hockey and soccer, and was known for his bright, cheerful personality. By the fall of 1989, Jacob was in the 6th grade. His life was filled with the simple rhythms of school, friends, and family. But on October 22nd, that sense of safety would shatter. The night of the disappearance. It was a Sunday evening. Jacob, his younger brother Trevor, and their friend Aaron decided to bike to a local convenience store to rent a video and buy candy. The store was only about a mile away. The boys borrowed a flashlight and set off into the crisp Minnesota night, their bicycles crunching over gravel roads. For them, it was a routine errand, just a small adventure before bedtime. But on the way back, as they rode along a dark rural road, their path was blocked. A masked man, armed with a revolver, stepped out of the shadows. The abduction. The man ordered the boys to throw their bikes into the ditch and lie face down in the grass. He asked each of them their age. Trevor, only 10, was told to run away and not look back. Moments later, Aaron, 11, was also ordered to flee. But Jacob, the boy with the red hockey jacket, was taken. The masked man marched him into the darkness. Within seconds, he and Jacob vanished from sight. The other boys sprinted home, terrified. Breathless, they told the Wetterlings what had happened. Within minutes, police were called, but Jacob was already gone. The investigation begins. What followed was one of the largest missing child investigations in U.S. history. Police, FBI agents, and volunteers swarmed the area. Roadblocks were set up, fields were searched, and helicopters scoured the landscape. Yet no trace of Jacob was found. The initial description was chilling. A man in dark clothing, wearing a mask, armed with a gun. His voice was calm but commanding. He seemed to know exactly what he was doing. In the early days, suspicion fell on locals, strangers passing through, even acquaintances of the Wetterlings. But every lead seemed to fade into a dead end. A pattern in the shadows. As investigators dug deeper, they uncovered a disturbing pattern. In the years before Jacob's abduction, several boys in central Minnesota had reported being followed, threatened, or sexually assaulted by a man in the area. Some of the details, dark clothing, a mask, a gun, echoed Jacob's case. One such attack occurred just months earlier in the nearby town of Cold Spring, where a boy was kidnapped and assaulted but released. The attacker was never caught. These parallels raised questions. Was Jacob's abductor part of a series of crimes? Was this a predator who had been hiding in plain sight? The Wetterling Foundation. For Jacob's parents, Jerry and Patty, the search for answers became a mission that extended beyond their own tragedy. In 1990, they established the Jacob Wetterling Foundation, dedicated to child safety and the prevention of abduction. Patty, in particular, became a national advocate. She worked tirelessly to raise awareness, pushing for stronger laws to track sex offenders and protect children. Her advocacy helped shape the Jacob Wetterling Crimes Against Children Act of 1994, the first federal law requiring states to implement sex offender registries. Jacob's case, even without resolution, began to change the way America thought about child safety. Years of silence. Despite nationwide coverage, countless tips, and ongoing investigations, the case went cold. Every so often, a possible lead would emerge, a suspect, a sighting, a clue. Each time, hope surged. Each time, disappointment followed. By the mid-2000s, Jacob's disappearance had become one of the most infamous unsolved cases in the country. His face, once on missing posters and milk cartons, became a symbol of unanswered questions. The Wetterling family, year after year, held on to hope, but they lived with the painful reality that Jacob's fate was still unknown. The break in the case, for nearly 3 decades, silence surrounded the investigation. Then, in 2015, a new suspect emerged, Danny. Heinrich, a local man long considered suspicious but never charged. DNA evidence linked him to the earlier assault in Cold Spring, and investigators pressed further. By 2016, Heinrich confessed. He admitted to abducting Jacob on that October night in 1989. He described how he had taken him at gunpoint, driven him to a remote area, and within hours, killed him. He led authorities to a field near Paynesville where Jacob's remains were buried. After 27 years, the mystery ended in heartbreak. The impact, the revelation devastated the Wetterling family, but it also provided long-awaited answers. Jacob's legacy, however, had already shaped the nation. The laws created in his name, the awareness campaigns inspired by his disappearance, and the enduring fight for child safety all traced back to that October night. For Minnesota, Jacob's case marked the end of innocence. A small town that once felt immune to crime was forced to confront the reality of hidden dangers. Reflection on the mystery. For 27 years, Jacob Wetterling was a name synonymous with uncertainty, with the haunting question, what happened? The truth, when it finally emerged, was both devastating and clarifying. The masked man in the darkness was no phantom, but a neighbor, a predator who had evaded justice for decades. Jacob's story is no longer an unsolved mystery, but it remains a cautionary tale, a reminder of vulnerability, and a testament to the resilience of a family who refused to let their son be forgotten. Closing reflection. Jacob Wetterling's disappearance transformed not only a family, but a nation's awareness of child safety. His story is one of innocence lost, of grief turned into advocacy, and of answers that came far too late. And though his case is closed, the echo of that October night lingers, whispering a reminder of how fragile safety can be, and how deeply one life can change the world. The Disappearance of Ethan Patz, the boy who changed America. On a spring morning in 1979, a 6-year-old boy left his New York City apartment for what was supposed to be a short walk to the school bus stop. He never arrived. His name was Ethan. Pat's and his disappearance would alter the way America thinks about missing children. Life in Soho. Ethan Patz lived with his parents, Stanley and Julie, and his siblings in the Soho neighborhood of Manhattan. In the late 1970s, Soho was a mix of artists' lofts, warehouses, and tight-knit families. It was not considered especially dangerous, and children often played in the streets. Ethan was a bright, curious child with sandy blonde hair and blue eyes. At just 6 years old, he dreamed of being a grown-up, independent, capable, and trusted. On the morning of May 25, 1979, he was given that chance. The morning of May 25, it was a Friday. Ethan begged his mother to let him walk the 2 short blocks to his bus stop on his own. It was a small step toward independence. His mother agreed, reminding him to be careful. Ethan left home carrying his book bag and a $1 bill to buy a soda at a corner store. He was wearing a blue cap and a small smile. He never reached the bus stop. When he did not return home that afternoon, panic set in. By evening, police and neighbors filled the streets, but the boy seemed to have vanished in broad daylight. The first searches. The disappearance triggered an immediate and massive search. Police combed through basements, rooftops, and alleys. Dogs tracked possible scents. Helicopters circled overhead. Posters bearing Ethan's face appeared on lampposts and storefronts across the city. His father, Stanley, a professional photographer, used his camera to keep Ethan's image alive. He produced thousands of posters, making Ethan's face one of the most recognized in New York. Despite the overwhelming effort, not a single definitive trace of the boy was found. A city on edge. Ethan's case was different from many others. New York, in the late 1970s, was a city struggling with crime, fear, and decline. But the abduction of a 6-year-old in broad daylight from a seemingly safe neighborhood struck a nerve. Parents grew cautious. Children were kept closer to home. The sense of freedom in city streets began to fade. Ethan became a symbol, not just of loss, but of vulnerability in an urban landscape. Early suspects and theories. In the years following Ethan's disappearance, multiple theories emerged. One early focus was on a handyman named Othniel Miller, who had a workshop near the Pat's home. Ethan often visited him, and some believed Miller knew more than he admitted, but evidence was lacking. Attention also turned to a drifter, Jose Ramos, who had connections to a babysitter known by the Pat's family. Ramos, later convicted in unrelated child abuse cases, admitted to luring a boy like Ethan, but denied killing him. For years, Ramos was the prime suspect. Yet no body was found. No physical evidence tied him to the crime. The case remained officially unsolved. The larger impact. A nation. Awakens. Ethan's disappearance reached beyond his family and city. His case became one of the first to use national media campaigns for a missing child. His face appeared on milk cartons, an idea that soon spread across America, changing breakfast tables into daily reminders of the missing. May 25th, the day Ethan disappeared, was later designated as National Missing Children's Day by President Ronald Reagan. In 1983, Ethan's story helped create organizations like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and it inspired new systems for alerting the public when a child goes missing. A single boy's absence had changed the way a nation protected its children. Decades of silence, for over 30 years, the mystery endured. The Pat's family still in. Their Soho loft lived with unanswered questions. Stanley kept Ethan's room intact. Julie continued to fight for awareness. But no conclusive evidence surfaced. Witness accounts conflicted. leads ran dry. And yet, the haunting image of the boy with sandy blonde hair never faded. A break in the case in 2012, more than 3 decades. After the disappearance, investigators reopened the case with renewed focus. A name emerged: Pedro Hernandez, a former bodega worker who had been just 18 years old in 1979. He had once worked at the corner store Ethan was headed toward on that morning. Hernandez's brother-in-law had long claimed that Pedro confessed to harming a child. Under police questioning in 2012, Hernandez admitted to luring Ethan into the basement of the bodega and strangling him. He said he placed the boy's body in a box and left it on the street. But the box was never found. The trial Hernandez's confession raised as many questions as it answered. He had a history of mental illness and a low IQ. His lawyers argued that his confession was unreliable, the product of suggestion and pressure. No physical evidence tied him to Ethan, but prosecutors argued that his detailed account matched long-standing suspicions about the bodega. Witnesses recalled Hernandez boasting about harming a child decades earlier. In 2017, after years of legal battles, Pedro Hernandez was convicted of kidnapping and murder. He was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Resolution without closure. For Ethan's family, the conviction brought a form of justice, but closure remained elusive. There was still no body, no tangible proof beyond words, and doubts lingered. Was Hernandez truly guilty, or had someone else escaped justice? What remained certain was this: Ethan would never come home. Reflection on the mystery Ethan Patz's disappearance was not just the loss of a child. It was the loss of a sense of security. His case reshaped public awareness, inspired new laws, and created movements that continue to protect children today. Yet the questions remain. Why did it take so long for answers to surface? And can there ever be peace when the truth is still partly hidden in shadows? Closing reflection: Ethan Patz was just 6 years old when he vanished. His walk to the bus stop lasted only minutes, but its impact has echoed for decades. Today, his face is remembered not only as the boy who never came home, but as the child who changed the way a nation responds to the missing. And though a conviction was reached, the mystery endures. For in the silence of unanswered questions, Ethan's absence still lingers on the streets of Soho. The disappearance of Johnny Gosch, a mystery that never fades. On a quiet Sunday morning in September 1982, a paperboy set out to deliver newspapers in a suburban neighborhood. He never returned. His name was Johnny Gosch, and his disappearance would ignite one of America's most haunting mysteries, one that continues to echo more than 4 decades later. Life in West Des Moines. West Des Moines, Iowa, in the early 1980s was the picture of small-town safety. Families left doors unlocked, children rode their bikes freely, and the morning newspaper was as much a ritual as breakfast itself. Johnny Gosch was 12 years old, bright, independent, with a mischievous smile. He loved his paper route. It gave him a taste of responsibility, a small measure of freedom. On September 5, 1982, he rose early, just as he always did, and set out with his red wagon to collect his stack of newspapers. But this morning would be different. The morning he vanished. Around 6 a.m., Johnny was seen picking up his newspapers at the neighborhood drop site. Several other paperboys and local witnesses noticed him. Moments later, strange details began to emerge. A man in a blue car reportedly approached Johnny asking for directions. Witnesses recalled Johnny looking uneasy. He hurried away, pulling his wagon. Minutes later, neighbors heard a car door slam and then silence. When Johnny's customers failed to receive their papers, calls came in. His parents realized something was wrong. Within hours, panic spread. Johnny Gosch had vanished from a quiet street in the heart of suburbia. The first response at first, local. Police treated Johnny's disappearance as a runaway case. In the early 1980s, law enforcement often assumed children had left voluntarily, even when families insisted otherwise. Johnny's mother, Noreen Gosch, immediately rejected that idea. She knew her son. He was responsible, close to his family, and not the kind of boy to simply disappear. She pushed for a full-scale investigation, distributing flyers, calling neighbors, urging police to act. But crucial early hours slipped away. No Amber Alert system existed, no national database of missing children. Leads that might have been vital faded into uncertainty. Witness accounts. Despite the initial slow response, witnesses provided chilling details. A neighbor reported seeing Johnny talking to a man in a car described as blue, possibly a Ford Fairmont. Another paperboy saw two men following Johnny, one getting out to speak with him. A different neighbor recalled seeing a man grab Johnny near the corner before forcing him into a car. The fragments painted a disturbing picture. Johnny had likely been abducted in plain sight. The larger pattern as weeks turned into months. No ransom notes came. No credible sightings were confirmed, but the Gosch family refused to let the case fade. They kept Johnny's face in the public eye, organizing searches and speaking to the media. In time, investigators began to consider whether Johnny's disappearance was not an isolated incident but part of something larger. Just 2 years later, another paperboy, Eugene Martin, vanished in Des Moines under nearly identical circumstances. And in 1986, yet another Iowa boy, Mark Allen, disappeared. 3 boys, same state, similar ages, all gone without a trace. The possibility of an organized predator or even a trafficking network became harder to ignore. Noreen Gosch's fight. Noreen Gosch became one of the most vocal advocates for missing children in the nation. She pressured law enforcement and lawmakers, leading to reforms in how missing child cases were handled. Her work, alongside other grieving parents, contributed to the creation of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in 1984. But her advocacy also took a darker turn. In the years after Johnny's disappearance, Noreen began receiving tips, letters, and even photographs, some of which appeared to show Johnny bound and frightened. She claimed he had been abducted by a pedophile ring and forced into exploitation. Her statements were controversial. Law enforcement remained skeptical, often dismissing her claims as unverified, but Noreen insisted she had even been visited by Johnny as a teenager, years after his disappearance. If true, it meant Johnny was alive, but trapped in something far more sinister than a simple abduction. The theories Johnny's case is filled with theories, each more unsettling than the last. Stranger abduction. The most straightforward theory is that Johnny was taken by an opportunistic predator in a passing car. Yet the coordinated nature of witness reports suggests more than a single individual. Organized trafficking. Some believe Johnny was targeted by an organized ring involved in child exploitation, a theory supported by parallels with other disappearances. The visit claim Noreen's claim that Johnny returned briefly as a teenager has fueled speculation for decades. No independent verification ever surfaced, but she remains firm in her account. The confession of Paul Bonacci. In the late 1980s, a convicted child abuser named Paul Bonacci claimed he had been forced to assist in Johnny's abduction as part of a trafficking network. His story aligned with some details but was never conclusively proven. Each theory leaves open questions, and none have led to definitive answers. The lasting impact Johnny Gosch's disappearance was one of the first missing child cases to gain nationwide attention. His face became among the first to appear on milk cartons across America, turning everyday kitchen tables into reminders of children lost. His case fueled legislative changes, new databases, and the eventual Amber Alert system. But for his family, impact was measured in absence. For decades, Johnny's parents lived with the hollow space left behind. His father, John Sr., maintained quiet hope. His mother, Noreen, carried on the fight publicly, her life defined by a question that still lingers. What remains unanswered after? More than 40 years, Johnny Gosch's disappearance remains unsolved. Was he truly taken by a stranger? Was he the victim of a larger network? Did he really return home, years later, to tell his mother he was alive? No body has ever been found. No conclusive evidence has ever surfaced. The boy who left home with a red wagon on a Sunday morning simply vanished. Closing reflection, Johnny Gosch's disappearance was not just the loss of a child. It was the loss of innocence for a community, and perhaps for a country. He was the boy whose face made America realize how easily a child could vanish and how desperately systems needed to change. And yet, despite awareness, reforms, and investigations, Johnny himself remains missing, a mystery caught between memory and shadow. Perhaps somewhere lies the truth of what happened on that September morning. But until it is found, Johnny Gosch remains more than a name. He remains a question. The disappearance of Walter Collins. A mother's search for truth. On a spring afternoon in Los Angeles in 1928, a 9-year-old boy went to the movies and never returned home. His name was Walter Collins. What followed would become one of the most perplexing and disturbing child disappearance cases in American history. A mystery entangled with imposters, police scandal, and a series of murders that still leave questions unanswered nearly a century later. A boy from Lincoln Heights. Walter Collins lived with his mother, Christine Collins, in a modest home in Lincoln Heights, Los Angeles. His father was serving time in prison for petty theft, leaving Christine to raise Walter largely on her own. Despite hardships, Walter was described as a bright, polite, and cheerful boy. He loved baseball and movies, often running errands around the neighborhood. On March 10, 1928, Walter left home with a dime in his pocket to see a film at a local theater. Hours passed. Night fell. But Walter never came home. Christine's worry turned to dread. She contacted police immediately. The initial search, the Los Angeles Police Department launched a search. Flyers with Walter's picture were distributed. Neighbors were questioned, and streets were canvassed. But weeks turned into months without a trace. The case quickly became high profile, drawing press attention across California. Christine clung to hope, believing that her son was still alive somewhere, waiting to be found. Then, 5 months later, police brought her what they claimed was a miracle: the boy who came back. In August 1928, the LAPD announced that Walter had been found in Illinois. A boy of similar age had been discovered there, seemingly abandoned, and identified himself as Walter Collins. For a grieving mother, it was the news she had prayed for. Christine paid for the boy to be brought back to Los Angeles. At the train station, before reporters and cameras, Christine was reunited with her son, but almost immediately, doubt crept in. The boy looked like Walter, but not quite. He was shorter. His teeth didn't match dental records. His mannerisms felt unfamiliar. Christine voiced her concerns. The LAPD insisted she was mistaken, suggesting that trauma and time apart had distorted her perception. But Christine knew. This was not her son. The imposter. Despite her protests, the LAPD urged Christine to take the boy home and try him out. For 3 weeks, she attempted to convince herself, but the differences were undeniable. Finally, she returned to police, with dental and medical records proving that the boy was not Walter. Instead of apologizing, the LAPD retaliated. They accused Christine of being an unfit mother, claimed she was delusional and had her forcibly committed to a psychiatric ward at Los Angeles County General Hospital. It was only later revealed that the returned boy was in fact a runaway from Iowa named Arthur Hutchins Jr. He had assumed Walter's identity in hopes of traveling to Hollywood and meeting his favorite actor. The LAPD's mishandling of the case and their treatment of Christine became a scandal that shook public trust. A darker discovery. While Christine fought for her release and the truth, a parallel investigation was unfolding in Riverside County, California. In 1928, authorities uncovered a series of gruesome crimes on a ranch in Wineville, a small town outside Los Angeles. The property belonged to Gordon Stewart Northcott, a Canadian immigrant who, with the help of his mother, Sarah, and his young nephew, had lured and murdered several boys. The case became known as the Wineville Chicken Coop Murders, named for the place where the bodies were hidden. Among the victims believed to have been killed, there was Walter Collins. Testimonies and confessions. Northcott's nephew, Sanford Clark, who had been forced to assist in the crimes, testified about the horrific acts committed on the ranch. According to his statements, Walter Collins was one of the boys abducted, tortured, and killed. The details were harrowing, far worse than anyone could have imagined. Northcott was arrested, tried, and convicted of multiple murders. He was sentenced to death and executed in 1930. Yet the case against him in Walter's disappearance was complicated. No physical remains of Walter were ever found. Northcott himself gave conflicting statements, at times confessing, at other times denying involvement in Walter's fate. This left the Collins family without closure. Christine's unending fight. Christine. Collins refused to give up hope entirely. She attended Northcott's trial, desperate for answers, but left unsatisfied. Even after his execution, she continued to press authorities, believing that somewhere, somehow, her son might still be alive. She also fought back against the LAPD for their treatment of her during the imposter scandal. Christine eventually won a lawsuit against Captain J.J. Jones, the officer who had ordered her institutionalized, though she never received the damages she was awarded. Her life became defined by the search for truth, a search that, heartbreakingly, never brought her the certainty she longed for. The legacy of the Case Walter Collins disappearance and the Wineville Chicken Coop murders remain among the darkest chapters in California history. The scandal surrounding the LAPD highlighted systemic flaws in how missing children cases were handled and exposed the lengths to which authorities would go to protect their public image. The brutality of the Northcott murders shocked the nation, leaving a permanent scar on the quiet community of Wineville. In fact, the town later changed its name to Mira Loma, in part to distance itself from the grim legacy. Decades later, the case resurfaced in public consciousness through books, documentaries, and films, most notably Clint Eastwood's 2008 film, Changeling, which dramatized Christine's ordeal. What remains unanswered? Despite the confessions and the circumstantial evidence, the question lingers. What truly happened to Walter Collins? Was he indeed one of Northcott's victims? His remains lost to time and secrecy? Did Northcott lie in his shifting statements, leaving Walter's fate forever uncertain? Or could Christine's faint hope have been right, that Walter survived in some unknown way beyond the reach of the investigation? The truth may never be known. Closing reflection. The story of Walter Collins is not just about a missing child. It is about a mother's unyielding love, the failure of institutions meant to protect, and the shadow of evil that can hide in unexpected places. Christine Collins spent the rest of her life searching for her son, never fully accepting that he was gone. And so, Walter Collins' case remains suspended between history and mystery, a haunting reminder of how one disappearance can echo through generations, leaving questions that time has yet to answer. The vanishing of Thomas Lynch. A case. Lost in the shadows. On a quiet day in the early 20th century, a man stepped out into the world and never returned. His name was Thomas Lynch, and his disappearance has since become one of those cases where the facts seem clear at first glance, yet the deeper one looks, the more the certainty fades. What happened to Thomas Lynch remains one of the lesser known, but deeply unsettling, mysteries in American criminal history. A man from Massachusetts. Thomas Lynch lived in Dorchester, Massachusetts in the late 1920s. He was 29 years old, a quiet and hard-working man, unmarried, with little in the way of scandal or trouble in his past. His life was ordinary, almost unremarkable, which makes the suddenness of his disappearance all the more baffling. On December 5, 1929, Thomas left his family home, reportedly to meet a friend. He was last seen walking along Dorchester Avenue. From that moment on, he simply vanished. No note, no signs of struggle, no farewell. The immediate response. When Thomas failed to return home that night, his family grew concerned. By the next morning, they reported him missing to local police. Initial efforts were made to locate him. Police canvassed the neighborhood, asked local shopkeepers if they had seen him, and checked with friends and co-workers. But there was no trace. Thomas had disappeared without leaving behind a single clue. The search for answers. As days turned into weeks, speculation grew. Some wondered if he had left voluntarily, starting a new life somewhere far away. Others suspected foul play. At the time, Dorchester and the greater Boston area were not immune to crime. Prohibition was still in effect. Organized crime was on the rise, and disappearances, though rare, were not unheard of. But Thomas did not fit the profile of someone caught up in gang activity. He was described as gentle, family-oriented, and private. His case became even stranger when no ransom demand was ever made. No suspicious withdrawals appeared in his financial records, and no witness reported anything unusual. The family's ordeal for the Lynch family, the uncertainty was unbearable. Every knock at the door, every letter, carried the hope that Thomas might somehow return. His mother refused to believe that her son was gone forever. She clung to the possibility that he was alive, perhaps suffering from amnesia or taken against his will. But as the years passed, that hope dimmed. Official silence. Unlike higher-profile disappearances of the era, Thomas Lynch's case slipped quickly from the headlines. Police maintained his file, but without leads or evidence, the investigation slowed and eventually stalled. The Great Depression soon followed, overwhelming local authorities and overshadowing older missing person cases. By the mid-1930s, official interest in Thomas's fate had all but disappeared. Theories and speculation. Over time, a handful of theories emerged, none of them proven. Voluntary disappearance. Some believed Thomas had chosen to leave, perhaps to escape financial pressure or to start over in anonymity. But for a man with strong family ties and no history of dissatisfaction, this seemed unlikely. Accident. Another theory suggested he may have met with an accident, struck by a vehicle, or drowned in Boston Harbor. Yet no body was ever recovered, and the absence of evidence made this theory difficult to sustain. Foul play. The most unsettling possibility was that Thomas had been murdered. But if so, who would want to harm him? He was not wealthy, he had no known enemies, and nothing pointed to robbery. The motive remains elusive. A name. Among the missing, for the Lynch family, the case became an open wound. They lived the rest of their lives without knowing the truth. In official records, Thomas Lynch's name remained on lists of Massachusetts missing persons. Occasionally, reports of unidentified remains would be checked against his description, but none ever matched. His disappearance became one of many cases that illustrated the limits of early 20th century policing. Before fingerprint databases, DNA analysis, or national missing person registries. Echoes through time today, the case of Thomas Lynch is largely forgotten, overshadowed by more infamous disappearances of the same era. But for those who study missing persons history, his story remains a haunting example of how quickly a life can vanish, and how little evidence can remain. It also reflects a broader truth about the 1920s and 1930s, a period when thousands of people disappeared across America, often without explanation. Many of those names, like Thomas Lynch's, never found resolution. What remains unanswered? Nearly a century later, questions still linger. Did Thomas leave behind some hidden burden, a secret no one ever uncovered? Was he the victim of a random crime, erased from sight in a single night, or was his disappearance one of those rare cases where someone simply slips out of history, leaving nothing behind but a name? The answers, if they exist, are lost to time. Closing reflection. The story of Thomas Lynch is not one of drama or scandal. It is a story of absence. A quiet man walking along a city street, swallowed by mystery. His family never learned what happened, and history never provided an ending, and so, Thomas Lynch remains a name suspended between the ordinary and the unknown. A reminder that sometimes the most haunting mysteries are not the ones that make headlines, but the ones that vanish quietly, without explanation, leaving only silence in their wake. The mutiny against Henry Hudson, 16 Walma, in the age of great exploration, when vast oceans were maps still being written, one man's ambition led him into icy waters, and into one of history's most chilling mutinies. His name was Henry Hudson, and in June of 1611, abandoned by his own crew, he vanished into the frozen silence of the Canadian North, never to be seen again. The man and his mission. Henry Hudson was an English navigator and explorer at the dawn of the 17th century. The world was hungry for trade routes, and powerful nations sent men like Hudson to chase possibilities across uncharted seas. Hudson's obsession was a fabled passage, a northern route to Asia. If discovered, it would open trade channels, faster than the treacherous southern voyages around Africa or South America. Backed first by the Dutch East India Company, and later by English investors, Hudson sailed repeatedly into the Arctic, probing coastlines, battling storms, and pushing into the unknown. His fourth and final expedition began in 1610. With a small ship, the Discovery, and a crew of 23 men, he sailed into what is now Hudson Bay, Canada. At first, it seemed he had found success. The bay was vast, stretching farther than any had imagined. But the farther they explored, the clearer it became. This was no passage. It was a trap of ice. A winter of discontent. By November, the Discovery was locked fast in ice. The crew had no choice but to anchor in a sheltered cove where they endured one of the harshest winters imaginable. Food was scarce. Tensions ran high. The men, already weary from months of cold and hunger, began to lose faith in Hudson. His leadership style was strict, and his relentless obsession with exploration clashed with their desire to survive and return home. Diary. Fragments and later accounts reveal quarrels, bitterness, and distrust. Hudson rationed food, often accused men of hoarding, and withheld provisions from those he doubted. As winter dragged on, the crew began to whisper of mutiny. The breaking point by the spring of 1611, the ice finally began to thaw. Hudson, undeterred, wanted to push onward, deeper into the unknown waters of Hudson Bay. But the crew had had enough. They wanted to turn the ship toward England, to save their lives rather than gamble them on a dream. On June 22, 1611, their breaking point came. The crew rose against Hudson. Accounts differ on how violent the confrontation was. But what is certain is this: Hudson, his teenage son John, and 7 loyal men were forced into a small open shallop, a boat too fragile for the vast northern seas. With only minimal supplies, they were set adrift. The Discovery, carrying the mutineers, sailed away, leaving Hudson and his companions to the mercy of the ice, the wind, and the endless horizon. Aftermath of the mutiny. What became of Henry Hudson has never been discovered. Some believe the small boat sank quickly in the frigid waters. Others suggest the group may have reached land, struggling for a time before succumbing to starvation or exposure. No definitive trace, no bones, no camp, no relic has ever been found. Hudson's fate remains an empty space in the historical record. Meanwhile, the mutineers faced their own trials. On their desperate journey back to England, many perished from starvation, scurvy, and exhaustion. When the surviving crew finally returned home, word of the mutiny spread quickly. Several were arrested and put on trial, but without Hudson's body or direct evidence, convictions proved difficult. Most walked free. Theories and shadows for centuries. Historians have speculated about Hudson's fate. Death at sea. The simplest explanation is also the bleakest. The shallop capsized, or the men froze before reaching land. In Arctic waters, survival without shelter or supplies was nearly impossible. Survival. Among indigenous peoples. Some believe Hudson may have reached the shores of James Bay and encountered local Cree communities, but no oral traditions, artifacts, or records clearly identify Hudson. A prolonged struggle. A more haunting possibility is that Hudson and his companions survived for weeks, even months, fighting the elements in silence, slowly fading from the world with no one to witness their end. The legacy of Hudson's last voyage. Though Hudson himself vanished, his name lived on. The massive inland sea he explored would forever bear his name, Hudson Bay. In the years that followed, Hudson's journeys laid the groundwork for European exploration and colonization of northern Canada. His disappearance, however, became a cautionary tale of ambition that outpaced survival, of fragile trust between captains and crews, and of how quickly loyalty can shatter when lives are at stake. What remains unanswered, the mutiny of 1611, leaves us with unsettling questions. Did Hudson realize as his crew lowered him into the shallop that he would never see England again? What became of his son, forced to share his father's fate? And did the mutineers, haunted by their decision, carry the weight of Hudson's ghost with them for the rest of their lives? Closing reflection. The disappearance of Henry Hudson is not just a tale of a lost explorer. It is a reminder of the razor-thin line between discovery and disaster. A man who dreamed of a new route to Asia instead found only ice, betrayal, and silence. His name endures on maps, yet his final moments remain hidden, swallowed by the cold waters of the bay. Perhaps, somewhere, beneath those vast northern skies, the echoes of Hudson's last voyage still drift, unanswered and unresolved. The lost battalion of Gallipoli, in the spring of 1915, the world was consumed by war. Vast armies clashed across Europe, but on the rugged shores of Turkey, a campaign was unfolding that would become one of history's most haunting mysteries. The Gallipoli Peninsula, with its cliffs, ravines, and unforgiving terrain, became the stage for an ambitious Allied plan to break the Ottoman Empire's control of the Dardanelles and open a sea route to Russia. Among the men sent into this desperate struggle were soldiers of the British Army's Norfolk Regiment. They were ordinary men, many volunteers who would soon be remembered for something extraordinary, for they would march into the battlefield and simply never return. The story begins in August 1915, during a major offensive at Suvla Bay. The Allies had landed reinforcements in an attempt to push inland, to seize the heights that commanded the peninsula. It was here that the 1/5th Battalion of the Norfolk Regiment, led by Colonel Sir Horace Proctor Beauchamp, advanced across the arid slopes. They numbered just over 200. Sunlight beat down on their uniforms. Dust rose beneath their boots, and the sounds of artillery echoed in the distance. According to reports, the battalion moved into the thick brush and gullies near the village of Anafarta. Witnesses from nearby units watched them advance, but as the men pressed forward, a strange thing occurred. They seemed to vanish from sight. Whether swallowed by the contours of the land or concealed by smoke, one moment they were visible, and the next, they were gone. When the guns fell silent and the battle ended, no trace of them remained. They did not return to the British lines. No wounded staggered back. No bodies were found where they had been last seen. It was as though the Norfolk men had marched into the earth itself. News of the disappearance spread quickly. Some assumed they had been captured by Ottoman forces, but Turkish commanders denied taking such a large group prisoner. Others believed they had been annihilated by gunfire, their bodies obliterated or lost in the scrub. Yet searches of the area yielded nothing. No mass graves, no personal effects, no evidence that 200 soldiers had perished there. This enigma deepened after the war. In 1918, when the armistice was signed and Allied investigators returned to Gallipoli, they scoured the battlefield. Finally, 3 years after the battle, they uncovered a shallow mass grave containing the remains of just 180 men, many identified as Norfolks. Some bore signs of bullet wounds, others of burning. Yet the discovery only raised further questions. Why had it taken so long to find them, when their last known position was so clear? And why were there fewer bodies than expected? The story of the Lost Battalion entered legend. Soldiers spoke of strange fogs on the battlefield, of the Norfolks marching into a low cloud that clung to the ground, and never emerging again. This tale, often repeated in later decades, suggested something uncanny, a mystery beyond war itself. It became part of Gallipoli folklore, feeding speculation of supernatural intervention, abduction, or some unexplainable phenomenon. But historians approach the tale with caution. Most point to confusion in the chaos of battle. The Norfolks advancing. Too far, may have been cut off, encircled, and killed deep behind enemy lines. The burning of bodies may have been the result of shellfire igniting the brush. The delay in discovering their remains could be explained by the rugged landscape and the urgency of later battles that swept across the area. Still, inconsistencies remain. Turkish archives contain no record of capturing or annihilating such a large battalion in that specific engagement. Survivor accounts from other regiments continued to insist that the Norfolks seemed to fade into the terrain, not overwhelmed in a direct clash but obscured, almost concealed, as if nature itself had swallowed them. The story found a place in popular imagination. In the years that followed, it was told and retold, each time gaining new details. The mysterious fog thickening, the soldiers walking into a cloud that drifted upward into the sky. To some, it became a war story tinged with the paranormal. To others, it was simply a tragic case of men lost to the brutality and confusion of battle, their fate exaggerated by rumor and grief. Yet the mystery persists. The Norfolk Regiment was not an anonymous battalion. It was composed largely of men, from a single county in England. Families waited in vain for news of their sons, husbands, and brothers. Letters home ceased. Lists of prisoners did not include them. For the communities they left behind, the silence was unbearable. Their names were carved into memorials, but closure never truly came. The Gallipoli campaign itself ended in failure. After months of stalemate, disease, and heavy losses, Allied forces withdrew in 1916. The peninsula returned to its silence, scarred by trenches and graves. But the tale of the lost battalion endured, passed down as one of Gallipoli's enduring riddles. Today, historians continue to study the events of that summer. Some suggest the men advanced too far into a heavily defended sector where they were surrounded and destroyed. Others wonder whether poor record-keeping and the devastation of war obscured their fate. Yet the enduring absence of clear evidence, no complete roll of the dead, no detailed Ottoman account, no conclusive site of their destruction, ensures the story remains unresolved. Perhaps the truth lies in the smoke and confusion of that August day, a reminder of how war swallows men in ways that records cannot explain. Or perhaps the mystery has grown beyond fact, into legend, shaped by the human need to find meaning in loss too vast to comprehend. The lost battalion of Gallipoli remains suspended between history and myth. Soldiers who marched into the heat of battle, witnessed by comrades, and then, in an instant, were gone. Their final moments hidden by time, their silence echoing across generations. Even now, as the winds sweep across the cliffs of the Gallipoli Peninsula, one cannot help but wonder, what truly became of those men? Did they fall unseen in a forgotten ravine? Or did they walk into something history itself has chosen not to reveal? Flight 19. Into the Bermuda Triangle on. A clear December afternoon in 1945, 5 U.S. Navy planes lifted off from a Florida airfield on what should have been a routine training mission. Their course was simple, their task straightforward. Yet within hours the men would vanish without a trace. And with them, a mystery would be born. One that still lingers in the lore of the Bermuda Triangle. It began at Naval Air Station Fort Lauderdale on December 5th, shortly after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 14 young men climbed into 5 TBM Avenger torpedo bombers, rugged aircraft designed for the demands of war. World War II had ended only months earlier, but training flights continued, preparing pilots for the new challenges of peacetime. Leading the mission was Lieutenant Charles Taylor, a veteran with combat experience in the Pacific. The exercise, designated Flight 19, was meant to be a simple navigation drill. The planes would fly east over the Atlantic, practice bombing, runs over a target area, then turn north, west, and finally return to base. A triangle of air measured in hours, not in legend. For the men aboard, it seemed like just another day in uniform. At first, everything proceeded as expected. Witnesses on the ground saw the Avengers roar off the runway and head east, their engines steady against the afternoon sky. But soon after the bombing practice, radio transmission suggested something had gone wrong. The voice of Lieutenant Taylor crackled over the airwaves, uncertain, strained. He reported that his compasses had failed, that he was no longer sure of their position. To experienced pilots, navigation depended not only on instruments but also on landmarks and the sun. Yet, over the Atlantic, with endless stretches of sea and cloud, disorientation came easily. Taylor believed he was over the Florida Keys, when in reality he was hundreds of miles to the east. His orders reflected this mistake. Instead of turning west toward land, he led his squadron further out into open ocean. Other pilots in the formation grew concerned. Some urged Taylor to change course. At one point, a transmission was heard. "If we just head west, we'll get home." But Taylor insisted on his interpretation, unwilling to risk what he believed might be a flight deeper into the Gulf of Mexico. Confusion deepened as the daylight faded and fuel gauges dropped. At 6:20 p.m., the last radio messages were heard. The planes were still aloft, their voices faint against the static. But then, silence. No distress signals, no crash. Coordinates, just the sound of transmissions breaking apart into nothing. Flight 19 was gone. The Navy launched one of the largest air and sea searches in its history. Dozens of ships scoured the waters, aircraft combed the skies, and the coastline was watched for signs of wreckage. Yet not a single trace of the Avengers was ever recovered. Even more chilling, one of the search planes, a massive PBM Mariner with 13 men aboard, also vanished after taking off from Florida. Witnesses at sea reported a fireball in the sky, suggesting it may have exploded, but no wreckage was ever found. In the official investigation that followed, the Navy faced difficult questions. How could 5 large aircraft disappear without leaving debris, oil slicks, or survivors? The conclusion was vague. Cause unknown. The report noted Taylor's disorientation and possible equipment failure, but admitted that too many factors remained unexplained. It was this uncertainty that gave rise to legend. Over time, the disappearance of Flight 19 became inseparable from the idea of the Bermuda Triangle, a vast region of sea, stretching between Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, where ships and planes were said to vanish mysteriously. Some claimed magnetic anomalies interfered with instruments. Others spoke of sudden storms, rogue waves, or even more fantastic theories: alien abductions, underwater cities, dimensional rifts. But historians and aviation experts urge caution. They point out that the Bermuda Triangle sees some of the heaviest shipping and flight traffic in the world, and accidents, while tragic, are statistically inevitable. In the case of Flight 19, a more grounded explanation may lie in human error, navigational mistakes, and the harsh conditions of the Atlantic. The Avenger bombers were sturdy, but they had limited fuel capacity. Once lost and low on fuel, ditching in rough seas would have doomed the crews, the aircraft sinking quickly beneath the waves. Still, one question lingers. Why no wreckage? Despite modern sonar surveys and countless expeditions, no definitive remains of Flight 19 have been located. Some aircraft have been found off the Florida coast, but none match the missing squadron. The ocean is vast, its depths concealing secrets, but the absence of evidence keeps the mystery alive. For the families of the men, the loss was more than a puzzle. 14 young lives, fathers, sons, brothers, gone in an afternoon. Letters arrived with official condolences, but no closure. At ceremonies in the years that followed, their names were spoken, remembered, yet always with the shadow of uncertainty. As decades passed, Flight 19 became a cornerstone of Bermuda Triangle lore. Books, documentaries, and films retold the story, often with embellishments. Radio transcripts were dramatized, sometimes altered, making Taylor's words sound more desperate, more otherworldly. Popular imagination filled the gaps that history could not, turning tragedy into myth. And yet, even stripped of legend, the disappearance remains haunting. The last hours of Flight 19 are captured in fading radio transmissions. Voices of young men, unsure of where they were, trying to find their way home. Voices that fade into static, leaving behind only questions. Today, at the Naval Air Station in Fort Lauderdale, a memorial stands in their honor. Visitors read the names, remember the date, and look out toward the sea where the mystery began. For some, it is enough to know that war and training alike carry risk, that the ocean is merciless. For others, the enigma of the Bermuda Triangle still whispers across the waves. Did Flight 19 fall victim to nothing more than navigation error, swallowed by the Atlantic like countless others? Or was there something in those waters, something unknown, that played a role in their fate? 70 years later, the mystery endures. A squadron that took off on a routine mission, never to return. Their final flight still drifts between history and legend, a ghost story carried on the winds of the Atlantic, waiting for answers that may never come. Carol A. Deering, the ghost ship of Diamond Shoals. On a cold winter morning in 1921, the lightkeeper at Cape Hatteras noticed a strange sight. A massive schooner loomed against the shoals, sails still set yet eerily silent. No crew appeared. On deck, no distress signals were flying. The vessel was intact but abandoned. This was the Carroll A. Deering, a ship destined to become one of the greatest maritime mysteries of the 20th century. The final voyage, the Carroll A. Deering, was a 5-masted schooner, built in 1919 in Bath, Maine. It was one of the last great sailing cargo ships designed for long ocean voyages in an age already dominated by steam. In August of 1920, the vessel set out from Norfolk, Virginia, bound for Rio de Janeiro. Its cargo, coal. Its mission, straightforward. But the journey that followed would end in mystery. Commanding the Deering was Captain William H. Merritt, an experienced seaman with his son as first mate. But before the ship could reach its destination, Merritt fell ill and was forced to step aside. Command passed to Captain Willis B. Wormel, a veteran mariner in his 60s. Alongside him, the new first mate was Charles McClellan. The crew, mostly foreign sailors, joined in Barbados. Together, they completed the voyage to Brazil and delivered the cargo without incident. On the return trip, however, tensions began to surface. Reports suggested disputes between Captain Wormel and First Mate McClellan. Some accounts claimed the crew was restless, perhaps dissatisfied with conditions aboard. Others suggested drinking and insubordination. But whatever the truth, the Deering sailed northward, its course set for Hampton Roads, Virginia. A strange encounter. On January 28, 1921, the Deering was sighted near Cape Lookout, North Carolina. A lightship keeper reported that a crewman, not the captain, hailed them through a megaphone. The man claimed the vessel had lost its anchors and asked that the message be relayed to the ship's owners. Curiously, this crewman was described as having a foreign accent, unusual since such communication would normally have come from the captain or first mate. Even more unsettling, the crew appeared to be wandering aimlessly on deck. This was the last confirmed sighting of the Deering before it was found aground. The ghost ship. 2 days later, on January 31st, the schooner was discovered hard aground on Diamond Shoals, an area of treacherous sandbars off the coast of North Carolina, known as the Graveyard of the Atlantic. The ship was fully rigged, its sails set, but no crew could be seen. When boarding parties arrived, they found a chilling scene. The galley appeared as though meals had been prepared but never eaten. The ship's logbook, navigation equipment, and personal belongings of the crew were missing. The lifeboats were gone, but there was no sign of a struggle. It was as if the crew had simply vanished, leaving behind a perfectly seaworthy vessel. Theories and investigations. The United States government launched a formal inquiry into the disappearance of the Carroll A. Deering's crew. But the investigation, involving multiple agencies, produced more questions than answers. One theory suggested mutiny. The disputes between Captain Wormel and First Mate McClellan, combined with reports of discontent among the crew, pointed to the possibility that the men had seized control, abandoned ship, and disappeared into history. But if so, why was no trace of them ever found? Another theory blamed pirates. Though the golden age of piracy had ended centuries earlier, smuggling and banditry still plagued parts of the Atlantic in the early 20th century. Could raiders have forced the crew into lifeboats, leaving the ship to drift? Again, no evidence supported this, and no ransom was ever demanded. Some speculated about Bolshevik raiders, a reflection of post-World War I tensions and fears of communism. Rumors spread that radicals had captured ships at sea to disrupt commerce. Yet no proof emerged. A more natural explanation centered on the weather. Diamond Shoals was notorious for storms, shifting sands, and strong currents. Perhaps the crew abandoned ship, fearing it would capsize, only to perish at sea. But if that were the case, why had they not sent a distress call? And why were the logs and equipment removed? Others pointed toward more mysterious forces. Over time, the Carroll A. Deering was pulled into the growing legend of the Bermuda Triangle, despite being far to the north of that region. For those drawn to the unexplained, the idea of a ghost ship, its crew vanished into thin air, carried an undeniable allure. The government's silence. What made the Deering case unusual was the sheer scale of the official investigation. The U.S. Coast Guard, Navy, State Department, and even the FBI looked into the disappearance. Yet, after months of inquiry, the government abruptly closed the case, declaring the cause undetermined. Files were sealed, and no definitive answer was ever provided. This silence only deepened speculation. Some believed authorities knew more than they admitted. Others felt the disappearance was simply too ordinary, a maritime tragedy without evidence, and so it was quietly left behind. Legacy of the Deering. The Carroll A. Deering was eventually destroyed by the waves, its remains dismantled by storms and salvagers, but the legend endured. Writers and researchers have continued to revisit the case, each generation offering new theories. To this day, the fate of her crew remains one of the most enduring mysteries of the Atlantic coast. At Cape Hatteras, where the ship was last seen from shore, locals still tell the story. Some claim to have seen lights at sea or to have heard echoes of voices on the wind. The Deering has become a symbol of the ocean's capacity for secrets. A ghost ship not of the 17th century, but of the modern age. Closing reflection. Carroll A. Deering was not the first vessel to be found deserted, nor would it be the last. But its story lingers because of its timing. An age when radio should have prevented silence, when international waters were well traveled, when the unknown was supposed to be shrinking. Instead, the Deering reminds us that even in the 20th century, the sea could still swallow men without leaving a trace. What happened to Captain Wormel and his crew? Did they turn on each other, fall victim to raiders, or vanish into the sea in a desperate gamble for survival? We may never know. All that remains is the image of a great schooner, sails still set, drifting against the shoals. A ship without men, a question without an answer. USS Cyclops, that vanished without a trace in March of 1918 during the height of World War I, the largest ship in the United States Navy disappeared without sending a distress call, without leaving a single piece of wreckage, and without ever being found again. The vessel was the USS Cyclops, a massive Navy collier carrying more than 300 men. Its fate remains one of the greatest maritime mysteries in American history. A ship of steel and coal, the USS Cyclops was no ordinary vessel. Built in 1910, she was the lead ship of her class, a 550-foot-long colossus designed to transport coal, the lifeblood of naval fleets at the time. Her holds could carry nearly 12,000 tons of cargo. With her distinctive twin funnels and towering hull, she was a floating powerhouse. When the United States entered World War I in 1917, the Cyclops became vital to the war effort. She ferried coal and other supplies across the Atlantic, keeping the Navy's battleships fueled and operational. Her captain by early 1918 was George Worley, a German-born officer whose strict discipline and rumored harshness earned him a mixed reputation among the crew. The final voyage on January 8, 1918, the Cyclops departed from Norfolk, Virginia. After several stops in the Caribbean, she arrived in Rio de Janeiro on January 28th. Her mission: to deliver coal to Allied ships and return to the United States with a cargo of manganese ore, a critical mineral used in steel production. The ship lingered in Rio for several weeks, giving time for rumors to grow. Some officers questioned Captain Worley's leadership, claiming he was erratic and temperamental. There were even whispers of divided loyalties, as his German heritage raised suspicions during wartime. Still, on February 16th, the Cyclops departed Brazil with over 10,000 tons of manganese ore in her hold, bound for Baltimore. After a brief stop in Barbados on March 3rd to take on supplies, the Cyclops set out on the final leg of her journey. The seas were calm. The weather was favorable. yet the ship was never seen again. Silence at sea. The Cyclops carried 306 people, sailors, officers, and civilians. Not a single one of them ever returned. No distress signal was sent. No lifeboats were recovered. No wreckage was ever confirmed. It was as if the largest ship in the Navy had been erased from existence. The disappearance sparked an immediate and massive search. Naval vessels scoured the waters from the Caribbean to the eastern seaboard. Weeks of searching yielded nothing. Families waited for news, clinging to hope that the ship might have been delayed or taken shelter in some remote harbor. But no message. They came. Theories of the unknown. In the absence of evidence, theories flourished. A storm at sea. The simplest explanation was disaster. Perhaps the Cyclops encountered a sudden storm, capsized, and sank with all hands. Yet the weather in early March was calm, and a ship of her size was built to withstand heavy seas. Structural failure. Some experts later speculated that the ship's immense load of manganese ore, denser than coal, may have caused her to founder. If improperly balanced, the cargo could have shifted suddenly, capsizing the vessel. Others suggested her keel had structural weaknesses, making her vulnerable. But even if this were the case, why was there no distress call? Enemy action. 18A. United States was at war with Germany, and some believed the Cyclops had been targeted. Could a German U-boat have sunk her? Naval records after the war revealed no submarine claims in the area. A covert attack seemed unlikely, and once again, no debris was ever found. Sabotage or mutiny suspicion also fell on Captain Worley himself. Critics painted him as unstable, even tyrannical, and suggested that mutiny or sabotage may have doomed the ship, but such claims rested on rumors rather than facts. The Bermuda Triangle. Over time, the legend of the Cyclops became entangled with the myth of the Bermuda Triangle, that stretch of ocean between Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, where ships and planes have supposedly vanished. Indeed, the Cyclops' final route passed through this region. For some, her disappearance became proof of mysterious forces at work in the Atlantic. Yet, skeptics note that shipping accidents in this area are no more common than elsewhere in the world. Aftermath and mystery. The Navy's official investigation concluded that the Cyclops probably sank in an unknown storm. But the lack of evidence kept the case open-ended. President Woodrow Wilson himself later remarked, "Only God and the sea know what happened to the great ship." The mystery deepened in the years that followed. In 1941, two of the Cyclops' sister ships, the Proteus and Nereus, also vanished without a trace while carrying heavy cargoes of ore in the Atlantic. The parallels were uncanny, and for some suggested a hidden flaw in the design of the ships. For others, it reinforced the legend of cursed waters. Legacy of the lost ship today. The USS Cyclops remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in naval history. Despite being the largest non-combat loss of life in the history of the U.S. Navy, over 300 men, not a single confirmed piece of wreckage has ever been recovered. For historians, the most likely explanation lies in a tragic but mundane accident, a structural failure compounded by heavy cargo. For storytellers and mystery seekers, the Cyclops belongs to the sea's long list of legends, a ship that entered the Bermuda Triangle and never came out. Closing reflection. The disappearance of the USS Cyclops reminds us that even the strongest ships can vanish, even in an age of steel and radio. For the families of those lost, the silence of the ocean remains the hardest answer of all. Did the Cyclops founder under the weight of her own cargo, fall prey to sabotage, or slip into some unknown realm of the sea? More than a century later, the ocean has kept its secret well. The Stardust, a flight that vanished into the Andes on the afternoon of August 2, 1947. a British South American Airways plane known as the Stardust took off from Buenos Aires, Argentina, bound for Santiago, Chile. It was a routine flight, one of many connecting South America in the post-war years, but the Stardust never arrived. For over half a century, the aircraft remained missing, lost somewhere in the shadow of the Andes, and when the mountain finally gave up its secret, the discovery only deepened the mystery. A post-war airliner, the Mutua Stardust, was a British-built Avro Lancastrian, a civilian airliner derived from the famous Lancaster bomber of World War II. Sleek and powerful, it carried both passengers and cargo across long distances in the developing world of commercial aviation. On this day, the plane carried 5 crew members and 6 passengers. Among them were businessmen, diplomats, and a young woman traveling to meet her fiancé. The crew was led by Captain Reginald Cook, a decorated Royal Air Force veteran with years of wartime flying behind him. His radio officer, Dennis Harmer, was trained in modern long-distance communications. By all accounts, it was an experienced team. The final flight, the Stardust, departed Buenos Aires at 1:46 in the afternoon, expected to arrive in Santiago just a few hours later. The route took the aircraft westward across Argentina and then directly over the towering Andes Mountains, a formidable barrier of rock, ice, and storms. Weather conditions that day were poor. Heavy clouds covered the peaks, snow flurries swept across the passes, and visibility was close to zero at high altitude. Still, this was not unusual. Commercial flights often crossed the Andes under instrument guidance, trusting navigational calculations rather than sight. Throughout the journey, routine radio messages were exchanged. Nothing seemed unusual until the very last transmission. The strange last message. At 5:41 p.m., radio operator Dennis Harmer sent a final Morse code message to Santiago. It read, "Stendek." The message was sent 3 times. Then silence. Word Stendek had no known meaning. It was not part of standard aviation codes. Controllers in Santiago, confused, asked for clarification, but no reply came. Moments later, the Stardust vanished from the sky. Search parties combed the Andes for days. Chilean and Argentine aircraft scouted the mountain passes. Local climbers and shepherds searched valleys and glaciers. No wreckage was found. It was as if the plane had dissolved into the storm. Theories take flight with no trace of the Stardust. Speculation took hold. Some suggested the aircraft had strayed too far, north or south, crashing in a remote wilderness beyond the search zone. Others believed it had exploded mid-air, leaving nothing behind. A few even imagined sabotage, espionage, or secret cargo tied to post-war intrigue. But the most persistent enigma remained the last word. Stendek. Was it a coded military signal? An anagram? A misheard word, garbled by static? For decades, aviation enthusiasts, cryptographers, and conspiracy theorists debated its meaning, yet no explanation fully satisfied the mystery. A mountain secret, for over 50 years, the Andes held the answer in silence. Then, in 1998, 2 Argentine climbers ascending Mount Tupungato spotted something glinting in the ice. It was twisted metal, emerging from the edge of a glacier. Over the next several years, more wreckage was found: an engine, landing gear, scraps of fuselage, and, most hauntingly, preserved remains of crew members, frozen in time since 1947. The Stardust had not vanished into thin air. It had crashed high on Tupungato, instantly buried by an avalanche and swallowed by the glacier. For decades, the slow movement of the ice had concealed the wreckage from sight. What really happened, investigators pieced together the final moments. The Stardust had been flying blind in cloud cover, navigating by dead reckoning, timing and speed rather than visual reference. Believing they had already crossed the mountains, the crew began their descent toward Santiago. But they were wrong. Still east of the highest peaks, the plane descended straight into the mountain. The crash was instantaneous. The glacier buried the wreckage before any searchers could find it. The mystery, in one sense, was solved. The Stardust had been a victim of navigational error and the unforgiving Andes. The unanswered puzzle, and yet one riddle remains. The last. Word, Stendek. Even with the wreckage found, its meaning has never been fully explained. Some argue it was a garbled version of standard ND of message. Others suggest Stardust ending, a cryptic farewell. Still others see it as an operator error, meaningless under the stress of poor conditions. But the fact that it was transmitted 3 times leaves doubt. Why repeat an error? Why use an unfamiliar code in a moment of crisis? The word hangs over the tragedy like an echo, a single fragment of mystery that refuses to be buried. Closing reflection. The discovery of the Stardust brought closure to families who had waited half a century, but it also preserved the enigma of one of aviation's strangest disappearances. A flight that vanished without a trace, a mountain that hid its secret for decades, and a final word, a puzzle frozen in Morse code. In the end, the Andes gave back the Stardust. But perhaps only the mountain knows what Stendek truly meant. Flying Tiger Line Flight 739, The Vanishing. Over the Pacific on the evening of March 16, 1962, a Lockheed Super Constellation airliner lifted off from Guam, carrying 107 people on board. Its destination was Clark Air Base in the Philippines, but somewhere over the vast Pacific, the aircraft vanished. No distress call, no wreckage, no survivors. To this day, Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 remains one of the most haunting unsolved disappearances in aviation history. A mission cloaked in secrecy, the aircraft was no ordinary civilian flight. Operated by Flying Tiger Line, a commercial airline with strong military ties, Flight 739 was chartered by the U.S. Department of Defense. Its purpose, to transport American soldiers to Vietnam during the early stages of U.S. involvement in the war. On board were 93 Army personnel, 3 South Vietnamese soldiers, and 11 crew members. Most of the servicemen were young, many in their 20s, heading into what would soon become one of the most controversial conflicts of the 20th century. The Super Constellation, a 4-engined propeller-driven plane, was considered reliable and well-suited for long-distance flights. The journey had begun days earlier in California, with planned refueling stops at Honolulu, Wake Island, Guam, the Philippines, and finally Saigon. Until Guam, everything had gone according to plan. Into the night at 12:57 a.m. local time, Flight 739 departed Guam for its next leg, bound for Clark Air Base. Weather conditions were good. The Pacific sky was clear, and the plane carried enough fuel for over 9 hours of flight. The flight crew established radio contact 80 minutes after takeoff, reporting their position as routine. There was no hint of trouble. Then, silence. The next scheduled report never came. Attempts to contact the aircraft went unanswered. Somewhere in the night, Flight 739 had disappeared. The search effort. When the plane failed to arrive in the Philippines, the U.S. military launched one of the largest search operations in Pacific history. Over the course of a week, 1,300 people, 48 aircraft, and 8 ships scoured more than 200,000 square miles of ocean. Nothing was found. No debris, no oil slick, not even a seat cushion. The Pacific remained silent, as if it had swallowed the plane whole. The absence of wreckage was unusual. Even in catastrophic crashes, floating debris is typically spotted within hours. The complete lack of evidence only fueled speculation. Disturbing witness report. There was, however, one account that stood out. A Liberian tanker ship, the SSTL Lenson, reported seeing a bright explosion in the sky on the night of the disappearance, roughly in the area where Flight 739 should have been. The crew described it as a mid-air fireball, followed by smaller, burning fragments descending into the ocean. Could the plane have exploded mid-air? If so, what caused it? Mechanical failure, sabotage, or something else? Investigators never confirmed the tanker's account, but the testimony remains one of the few possible clues to what happened that night. Theories of disappearance. With no wreckage recovered, the mystery of Flight 739 has produced numerous theories. Mechanical failure. The Lockheed Super Constellation, though advanced for its time, was not without problems. Engine fires and fuel system malfunctions had caused accidents in the past. A catastrophic failure at altitude could have led to an in-flight explosion, but such an event would normally leave floating debris. Sabotage or bombing. Some investigators considered the possibility of sabotage. The flight's military purpose, carrying troops to Vietnam, could have made it a target. A hidden explosive, device, or even an act of onboard sabotage might explain the sudden mid-air fireball and the lack of radio distress calls. But no group ever claimed responsibility. Mid-air collision. Another theory suggested a collision with a military aircraft or missile during secret operations in the Pacific. The Cold War atmosphere of 1962, with U.S. and Soviet forces active across the region, gave this idea weight for some. Still, no official records support it. Classified operations. Some researchers believe the disappearance may have been tied to undisclosed military activity. Flight 739's mission, though publicly described as troop transport, might have had additional objectives. The U.S. military's limited disclosure about the incident has fueled suspicions that more was known than officially released. Families without closure. For the families of the 107 on board, the disappearance was devastating. Unlike conventional crashes, there were no remains, no funerals, and no answers. To add to the pain, the U.S. military declared that since no wreckage was ever found, the servicemen were not eligible for inclusion on the Vietnam Veterans Memorial wall in Washington, D.C. Their mission had been secret, their fate unresolved, and their recognition denied. In recent years, however, advocates and relatives have worked to honor the memory of those lost. In 2019, a monument was erected in Columbia Falls, Maine, at the site of the Wreaths Across America headquarters. It stands as one of the only memorials dedicated to the men of Flight 739. What remains unanswered? The mystery endures because of what was not found. If the plane exploded in midair, why did the massive search uncover nothing? If it crashed intact into the ocean, where did it go? And why was no debris spotted? Even the reported fireball, while compelling, leaves questions. Could a fuel tank rupture explain it? Or was it evidence of something more deliberate? An act of sabotage hidden under layers of Cold War secrecy? Each theory holds fragments of possibility, but none can fully explain the disappearance. Closing. Reflection. Flying. Tiger Line Flight 739 was meant to be just another transport across the Pacific. Instead, it became one of aviation's greatest enigmas. A flight lost without a trace, carrying young soldiers toward a war that awaited them, only to vanish before they arrived. A clear sky, a routine radio call, a sudden silence, and a story that ends somewhere in the darkness above the ocean. The Pacific has never revealed its secret, and perhaps, like the men aboard Flight 739, it never will. Pan Am Flight 7, The Mystery of Clipper. Romance of The Skies On. The morning of November 8, 1957, a majestic aircraft lifted off from San Francisco International Airport. Known as Clipper Romance of the Skies, the Pan American World Airways Boeing 377 Stratocruiser was bound for Honolulu. It was a routine trans-Pacific journey, one Pan Am had made countless times. But hours later, as the aircraft crossed the endless blue of the Pacific, something went wrong. When the plane failed to arrive in Hawaii, searchers discovered scattered wreckage and bodies drifting on the ocean currents. Yet the cause of the disaster remained elusive, leaving behind unanswered questions that linger more than 6 decades later. The Flight 7 was part of Pan Am's prestigious Round the World service, carrying 44 passengers and crew. On board were businessmen, families, honeymooners, and seasoned Pan Am staff. The aircraft itself, a Boeing 377 Stratocruiser, was one of the most luxurious planes of its era. Derived from the B-29 bomber, it featured spacious cabins, dining areas, and even a downstairs lounge. To fly on a Stratocruiser was to experience the height of 1950s air travel. Comfort in the skies at a time when crossing oceans was still considered adventurous. At 11:51 a.m. local time, the plane took off from San Francisco, climbing steadily into the western skies. Its scheduled flight time to Honolulu was about 8.5 hours. Weather forecasts along the route were favorable. Nothing suggested what was to come. The final transmission for the first several hours, the flight proceeded normally. Position reports were made as expected. Then, as the Stratocruiser crossed into open ocean, routine updates ceased. The last communication received placed the aircraft about 1,000 miles west of California. After that, silence. No distress call. No indication of trouble. Just a routine transmission, followed by nothing. When the plane failed to arrive in Honolulu at its scheduled time, concern grew into alarm. Pan Am and U.S. military forces initiated an extensive search. The discovery. 3 days later, searchers spotted debris floating in the Pacific, about 1,000 miles northeast of Honolulu. Among the wreckage were the bodies of 19 of the 44 people on board. The recovery was grim. Some of the victims were still wearing life jackets, suggesting they had survived the initial impact and attempted to prepare for rescue. Others showed signs of trauma inconsistent with a simple crash. The aircraft itself was never fully recovered. Only fragments, and the bodies, provided clues to what had happened. Clues, in the wreckage, the condition of the recovered bodies, revealed disturbing details. Several had high levels of carbon monoxide in their blood. This suggested that fire, smoke, or toxic fumes had filled the cabin before or during the crash. Others bore injuries more consistent with an explosion or mid-air breakup rather than a controlled ditching at sea. The life jackets added to the puzzle. If passengers had time to put them on, why had there been no distress call from the crew? Why had the plane not attempted an emergency landing? The evidence hinted at a rapid and catastrophic event, but one that also left enough time for partial preparation, a contradiction investigators struggled to resolve. Official investigation. The Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, predecessor of today's NTSB, led the investigation. But with so little wreckage recovered from the vast ocean, their work was severely limited. The official report concluded that the crash had likely resulted from a mechanical failure or fire, but it stopped short of identifying a definite cause. The mystery remained. Theories and speculation. Over time, several theories have been proposed to explain the disappearance of Flight 7 to mechanical failure. The Boeing Stratocruiser had a history of engine issues. A catastrophic engine fire or structural failure could have overwhelmed the crew, yet no conclusive evidence was ever found. Explosion or sabotage. The presence of carbon monoxide in the victims suggested fire or an onboard explosion. Some speculated about sabotage, perhaps a bomb placed on board. In the tense climate of the Cold War, such a possibility could not be dismissed. However, no credible suspect or motive was ever identified. Crew struggles. Some suggested that A sudden in-flight emergency left the crew unable to communicate. But why were there life jackets if the situation had been so sudden? The sequence of events still does not fully align. Insurance and personal motives. Over the years, theories of foul play extended even to individuals on board. Some passengers carried large life insurance policies. Others were rumored to have personal or financial motives that raised suspicion. Yet no theory could be proven. The human story. For the families, the disaster was devastating. Husbands, wives, children, and colleagues had boarded what was supposed to be a safe, comfortable flight. Instead, their journey ended in the cold waters of the Pacific. The victims were buried in cemeteries across the U.S. and abroad, but many bodies were never recovered. The Pacific Ocean became their final resting place. Crew members, too, were remembered for their professionalism and dedication. Captain Gordon H. Brown was an experienced pilot with thousands of hours in command. His calm leadership made it even harder to imagine such a sudden, catastrophic loss. A lingering mystery. The disappearance of Pan Am Flight 7 differs from other aviation disasters in one crucial way. Fragments were found and victims recovered. Yet, instead of solving the mystery, these discoveries only deepened it. Carbon monoxide, life jackets, unexplained trauma, each clue pointed in different directions without forming a clear picture. Was it mechanical? Was it sabotage? Or was it something entirely unknown? Without the main wreckage, the truth remained beyond reach. Closing reflection, Pan Am Flight 7 was meant to be another step in the age of luxurious trans-Pacific travel. Instead, it became a symbol of aviation's vulnerability to the vastness of the ocean and the limits of human knowledge. A flight vanished, bodies returned by the sea, and questions that have never been answered. The Pacific continues to guard. Its secret, the fate of the clipper romance of the skies. And so the story lingers, an unfinished chapter in the history of flight where every theory is possible and certainty remains just out of reach. Northwest Orient Flight 2501, lost in the depths of Lake Michigan on the evening of June 23, 1950. A sleek Douglas DC-4 lifted off from New York's LaGuardia Airport. Its destination was Seattle, with scheduled stops along the way. Aboard were 55 passengers and 3 crew members, businessmen, families, and travelers moving westward across the country. As night settled over the Midwest, Flight 2501 radioed a routine position report. Moments later, it vanished from the skies. No distress call, no clear explanation, only silence over the dark waters of Lake Michigan. In the days that followed, fragments of wreckage and traces of the passengers were found, but the aircraft itself has never been recovered. More than 7 decades later, the disappearance of Northwest Orient Flight 2501 remains one of America's most enduring aviation mysteries. The Flight 2501 was part of Northwest Airlines cross-country service, a route connecting New York to Seattle. The aircraft, a Douglas DC-4, was a reliable workhorse of its era, used widely for both military and civilian transport after World War II. On this particular Friday evening, the plane carried a full load. Every seat was occupied. At the controls was Captain Robert Lind, a seasoned pilot with thousands of hours of flight time, accompanied by First Officer Vern Pickard and Stewardess Bonnie Feldman. The scheduled route would take the plane westward, from New York, with stops in Minneapolis and Spokane before continuing on to Seattle. But the journey would end long before reaching its first layover. Trouble over Lake Michigan. As the DC-4 approached the Midwest, weather reports painted a troubling picture. Thunderstorms were sweeping across the Chicago area, producing turbulence, lightning, and strong winds. At around 11:30 p.m., near Battle Creek, Michigan, Captain Lind requested permission from air traffic control to descend from his cruising altitude of 3,500 feet down to 2,500 feet. He cited concerns about heavy weather and the possibility of turbulence. The request was denied, as other air traffic occupied the lower altitude. This transmission would be the last confirmed communication from Flight 2501. Shortly after, radar and radio contact were lost. The search when the aircraft failed to arrive in Minneapolis, alarm spread quickly. By morning, search teams were mobilized. The U.S. Coast Guard, Navy, and local vessels scoured Lake Michigan. What they discovered was grim. Near South Haven, Michigan, floating on the surface of the lake, were fragments of the aircraft, seat, cushions, armrests, clothing, and bits of foam insulation. Oil slicks coated the water, but the most disturbing discovery was human remains. Recovery teams pulled body fragments from the lake, but not a single intact body was ever found. Despite days of searching, the main wreckage of the aircraft lay, hidden beneath the waves. The investigation, the Civil Aeronautics Board, America's aviation authority at the time, launched an extensive investigation. Yet, with no wreckage and no survivors, evidence was scarce. Witnesses along the lakeshore reported hearing the sound of a low-flying aircraft around midnight. Some described an engine sputtering. Others claimed to see a bright flash in the distance. But none of these accounts could be verified. Investigators concluded that Flight 22501 had likely been brought down by severe weather, either torn apart by turbulence, struck by lightning, or forced into the lake by powerful downdrafts. Still, with no physical evidence from the lakebed, the official cause was listed only as unknown. A grave in the depths Lake Michigan is vast and unpredictable. At its deepest point, it reaches nearly 900 feet, with shifting sands and strong undercurrents that can bury wreckage quickly. In 1950, search technology was limited. Sonar mapping was primitive, diving was dangerous, and the chances of locating a submerged aircraft in such conditions were slim. As the search ended, families were left with only fragments, pieces of the aircraft and partial remains of loved ones. The lake itself became the final resting place for all 58 souls aboard. Renewed searches in later decades, as technology advanced, new attempts were made to locate Flight 2501. In the early 2000s, researcher Clive Cussler, better known as a novelist, but also a dedicated shipwreck hunter, funded several expeditions into Lake Michigan. His teams scoured the waters with modern sonar and underwater vehicles. Though they discovered several historic shipwrecks, the DC-4 remained elusive. Each lead ended in disappointment. To this day, the precise resting place of Flight 250 has never been identified. Theories and speculation without wreckage, the mystery of Flight 2501 invites speculation. Several theories have been proposed. Severe weather. The most widely accepted explanation is that thunderstorms overwhelmed the aircraft. Downdrafts or lightning may have crippled the DC-4, forcing it into the lake. Fuel or mechanical failure. Some have suggested that an engine failure combined with weather left the plane unable to stay aloft. Witness reports of sputtering noises support this theory. Mid-air explosion. A few investigators have speculated that the disintegration of bodies and debris points to an explosion, possibly from fuel vapors ignited during turbulence. Other explanations. As with many unsolved air mysteries, wilder theories also circulate, from military involvement to UFOs. Yet, these remain outside the realm of serious investigation. The human toll for the families, the loss was devastating. The year 1950 was still an age when air travel carried glamour, promise, and optimism. Passengers boarded with the confidence that they were part of a modern, safe era of transportation. Instead, they vanished into the night. Husbands, wives, children, and colleagues were mourned without closure. Their bodies never returned for burial. stewardess Bonnie Feldman, only 25 years old, became a symbol of the tragedy. A young woman whose promising career in aviation ended in Lake Michigan's depths. The legacy of Flight 22501, the disappearance of Northwest Orient. Flight 22501 remains the worst aviation accident in American history, at the time, with 58 lives lost. It highlighted the dangers of night flying in severe weather and pushed for improvements in weather forecasting, radar technology, and air traffic management. Yet the mystery itself endures. Each decade, divers and researchers return to the lake, hoping to uncover the final resting place of the aircraft. But the sands of Lake Michigan keep their secret. Closing reflection Flight 2501 was supposed to be another ordinary journey across the country, a routine hop on the way to Seattle. Instead, it became a story of silence, fragments, and unanswered questions. A plane vanished in the storm, leaving only scattered debris on the waves. The rest remains hidden in the cold, shifting depths of Lake Michigan. And so the mystery lingers. Was it the weather, a hidden fault, or something no one has yet considered? Until the wreckage is found, Flight 2501 will remain not just an aviation accident, but a haunting reminder of how even the most ordinary journey can disappear without a trace. Air France Flight 1611. Fire over the Mediterranean. On the morning of September 11, 1968, Air France Flight 1611 took off from Ajaccio, Corsica, bound for Nice, France. The short hop across the Mediterranean was supposed to last less than an hour. On board were 95 passengers and 6 crew members, many of them vacationers returning home after the summer season. But somewhere over the glittering waters of the Mediterranean Sea, the flight ended in catastrophe. At 10:30 a.m., just minutes before its scheduled arrival, Flight 1611 suddenly broke apart in midair and crashed into the sea. All 95 souls aboard were lost. What followed was one of France's most controversial aviation investigations, a case where official explanations clashed with persistent doubts and whispers of a missile strike overshadowed the accepted story of an onboard fire. The aircraft and its crew. The aircraft was a Sud Aviation Caravelle de Thuir, a sleek, French-built jetliner that had become a symbol of modern European aviation. First flown in the mid-1950s, the Caravelle was elegant, efficient, and widely used by airlines across the continent. At the controls that morning was Captain Alain Le Gallec, an experienced Air France pilot. His first officer and cabin crew were equally seasoned, entrusted with guiding nearly 100 passengers across the narrow stretch of sea between Corsica and mainland France. The weather was clear. Visibility was excellent. Nothing suggested trouble. The last transmission issued 10:25 a.m. As the Caravelle approached the French Riviera, Captain Le Gallec radioed Nice Air Traffic Control. His voice was calm, professional. He reported a fire on board. Those would be his last words. Within minutes, radar contact was lost. Witnesses along the French coast reported seeing a bright flash over the sea, followed by smoke and debris falling into the water. By 10:30 a.m., Flight 1611 had vanished from the skies. The recovery search and rescue teams quickly mobilized. French naval vessels and helicopters scoured the waters about 30 kilometers off Nice. They found floating wreckage, luggage, and oil slicks. Over the following days, divers recovered bodies and fragments of the aircraft. The victims were taken to Nice, where grieving families waited for answers. But the Caravelle itself had shattered upon impact with the sea. Much of the wreckage sank into waters too deep for recovery. What was brought up offered only partial clues. The official explanation: the French authorities launched an immediate investigation. After months of analysis, the official report concluded that Flight 1611 had been brought down by an accidental onboard fire. Investigators pointed to the aircraft's rear lavatory, suggesting that an electrical fault or cigarette could have sparked a blaze. The fire, they argued, spread rapidly through the cabin, overwhelming the crew. Unable to control the flames, the aircraft broke apart before it could reach Nice. This explanation, though tragic, seemed plausible. Airliner fires had caused crashes before, and the Caravel's design placed wiring and fuel lines in close proximity to passenger compartments. Yet, from the very beginning, not everyone was convinced. Whispers of a missile. Almost immediately after the crash, alternative theories began to surface. Flight 1611 had gone down not far from a French military test range. That morning, naval forces were known to be conducting missile exercises in the Mediterranean. Some witnesses claimed to have seen an object streaking toward the aircraft moments before the explosion. Could the Caravel have been accidentally struck by a missile? The French government firmly denied the possibility. Officials insisted that no live missiles had been fired in the area that morning, and that the exercise zone was far from the aircraft's flight path. Still, suspicions persisted. Families in protest. For the families of the victims, the official report raised more questions than it answered. Why had the captain calmly reported fire on board, yet wreckage and witness accounts suggested a sudden explosion? Why did military authorities appear reluctant to release details about exercises that day? Over the years, relatives of those lost pushed for transparency. Some filed lawsuits. Others campaigned for declassified records. In their view, the government was hiding the truth, shielding the military from blame by attributing the disaster to an onboard fire. The shadow of secrecy by the 1970s, rumors of a missile strike had become impossible to ignore. Investigative journalists began to question inconsistencies in the official narrative. In 2011, decades after the disaster, previously classified documents came to light. They confirmed that French naval units had in fact been conducting missile tests in the vicinity on the very morning Flight 1611 was lost. The revelation reignited suspicions. Could the Caravel have strayed into a danger zone? Had a missile accidentally locked onto the aircraft? While no definitive evidence was ever released, the new disclosures deepened the sense of mistrust. For many, the fire theory now seemed more like a convenient cover story than a proven fact. The survivors who never spoke. There were no survivors of Flight 1611. Yet the voices of those aboard linger in the record. Most hauntingly, Captain Le Guelic's final transmission. Fire on board. What exactly did he see in those final moments? Was it truly flames spreading through the cabin or the blinding flash of an external strike? The absence of survivors meant that every answer had to be pieced together from wreckage, radar traces, and government statements, each of them incomplete. Theories in conflict. To this day, two primary theories contend for dominance. The official fire theory. According to investigators, a lavatory fire, likely caused by wiring faults or smoking materials, spread uncontrollably. The crew attempted to manage it, but were overcome as the plane disintegrated. The missile strike theory. Advocates of this view argue that the crash coincided too closely with naval exercises to be coincidence. The sudden explosion, the lack of detailed wreckage analysis, and later revelations about missile activity all point, they say, to an accidental military strike. Neither theory can be fully proven, and with much of the wreckage unrecovered, certainty may never be possible. Legacy of Flight 1611, the crash of Air France. Flight 1611 remains one of the deadliest aviation disasters in French history. It claimed 95 lives and left a legacy of grief, secrecy, and unanswered questions. It also contributed to growing public demand for stricter aviation safety, more transparent accident investigations, and accountability in cases involving potential military involvement. Yet, for families, no policy change could replace the truth they still seek. Closing reflection, on a bright September morning, Flight 1611 lifted from Corsica, carrying nearly 100 people toward the French coast. Minutes from safety, it vanished in fire and wreckage over the Mediterranean. Was it a tragic accident, sparked by fire in the cabin? Or was it something darker, an errant missile covered up beneath official silence? The waters off Nice hold, the answers still deep and unrevealed. Until they are uncovered, the fate of Air France Flight 1611 remains a story suspended between tragedy and mystery. Varig Flight 967, the vanishing Boeing 707 on, the night of January 30th, 1979, a Boeing 707 belonging to Brazil's flagship airline, Varig, lifted off from Tokyo's Narita International Airport. Its destination, Rio de Janeiro, with a planned stopover in Los Angeles. On board were 6 crew members, led by an experienced captain. In the cargo hold rested something unusual: a shipment of 153 paintings by the world-renowned Japanese-Brazilian artist Manabu Mabe, valued at over $1.5 million. But somewhere over the vast Pacific, just 20 minutes into its journey, Varig Flight 967 disappeared. No distress call, no wreckage, no trace of crew or cargo was ever found. To this day, the fate of the jetliner remains one of aviation's most enduring mysteries. The aircraft and the crew. The aircraft was a Boeing 707-3223C, a reliable long-haul cargo jet used extensively by airlines around the world during the 1970s. Commanding the flight that night was Captain Gilberto Araujo da Silva, a seasoned pilot with more than 23,000 flight hours. His crew of 5 included flight engineers and technicians familiar with long-haul operations. Their cargo was no ordinary freight. The Mabe paintings, scheduled for exhibition in Brazil, represented a cultural treasure. The responsibility weighed heavily on the crew, but the journey itself was routine. Thousands of flights had crossed the Pacific without incident. The takeoff from Tokyo at 20 minutes past midnight, Flight 967 departed Narita Airport, climbing steadily into the night sky over Japan. Weather conditions were good, with no reports of storms or turbulence along its intended route. Air traffic controllers monitored the aircraft as it ascended and tracked its position. For the first 20 minutes, everything seemed normal. The jet was on course, climbing toward cruising altitude. Then, without warning, it was gone. The sudden silence. At 22 minutes past midnight, controllers noticed the Boeing had failed to make its expected position report. Attempts to contact the crew went unanswered. Radar contact was lost. No distress signal had been received. The aircraft had simply vanished into the Pacific darkness. Within hours, search and rescue operations were launched, coordinated by both Japanese and American forces. Aircraft and ships combed the ocean along the flight's expected path. But there was nothing. No floating debris, no oil slicks, no emergency beacons. For a jetliner weighing over 140 tons, the absence of any trace was baffling. The search and its failure. Over the following days, the search expanded across hundreds of miles of open sea. Specialized aircraft scanned the waves for wreckage. Naval vessels dragged sonar equipment in hopes of detecting debris below. Still, the ocean remained silent. Not a single piece of wreckage or cargo was ever recovered. For families, the lack of answers was devastating. For investigators, it was a puzzle that defied logic. How could an entire Boeing 707, one of the largest aircraft of its era, simply disappear less than half an hour after takeoff? Theories and speculations. With no physical evidence, investigators could only speculate. Several theories emerged, each with its supporters, but none conclusive. Catastrophic mechanical failure. Some suggested that a sudden and catastrophic event, Perhaps an uncontained engine explosion or structural failure brought the aircraft down quickly, leaving no time for a distress call. But even in such a case, wreckage would normally be found floating on the surface. Fire on board. Another theory proposed that a fire, possibly sparked by electrical equipment or cargo, disabled communications and incapacitated the crew. But, again, a fire in midair would typically leave some floating debris when the aircraft struck the sea. Hijacking or sabotage. Given the presence of the valuable art cargo, some speculated that the aircraft might have been hijacked. Could it have been diverted to a remote airfield, its cargo stolen, and the crew silenced? No evidence of a diversion was ever detected, and radar coverage would likely have picked it up. Military involvement. A darker possibility suggested the Boeing may have strayed into restricted military airspace and been shot down. The cold, war atmosphere of the late 1970s fueled such suspicions. Yet no government has ever admitted to such an incident, and no corroborating evidence has surfaced. The strange coincidence, adding to the mystery, was an eerie coincidence. Captain Gilberto de Silva had survived another aviation disaster just 4 years earlier. In 1973, he was at the controls of Varig Flight 820, which caught fire near Paris and crash-landed, killing 123 people. Da Silva was hailed as a hero for bringing that flight down with survivors. Now, 6 years later, he vanished without a trace. Was it simply fate, or something more? The missing paintings. The disappearance also erased 153 works of art by Manabu Mabe, one of Brazil's most celebrated modern painters. The collection had been displayed in Tokyo and was returning to Brazil for exhibition. When Flight 967 vanished, so did the paintings. They have never resurfaced. No black market sightings, no insurance claims, no whispers of recovery. Their loss is considered one of the greatest tragedies in modern art history. The legacy of Flight 967 decades later, Varig. Flight 967 remains unsolved. Families of the crew never received closure. The airline, which once symbolized Brazilian aviation pride, eventually collapsed under financial pressures in the 2000s, its reputation haunted by unresolved mysteries. The disappearance has entered aviation folklore, often compared to the Bermuda Triangle legends, though its location lies far from those waters. In truth, the Pacific is vast and deep. Planes have vanished before, swallowed by its immensity. But the lack of even a single trace from Flight 967 makes this case uniquely haunting. Reflection. On that January night, a jetliner lifted off from Tokyo, carrying 6 crew members and a priceless cargo of art. Minutes later, it was gone, erased, from the sky as though it had never been. Did fire consume it? Did sabotage divert it? Or did the Pacific claim it whole, leaving nothing to return to the surface? Until evidence is found, a fragment of fuselage, a clue from the depths. The fate of Varig Flight 967 will remain written only in silence, somewhere between history and mystery. The disappearance of Frederick McDermott. A life interrupted. In the long list of unexplained disappearances, some names belong to explorers, soldiers, or aviators. Others, however, are ordinary people, individuals whose vanishing feels all, the more unsettling because it could have happened to anyone. One such name is Frederick McDermott, a man who set out on what should have been a routine journey, only to vanish without leaving behind a single trace. His disappearance would puzzle investigators, torment his family, and leave behind questions that remain unanswered to this day. Who was Frederick McDermott? Frederick McDermott was not a celebrity, nor was he involved in politics or war. He was an ordinary man, a civilian, someone whose life blended seamlessly into the rhythm of his community. Little about him suggested the makings of a great mystery. He had a family, responsibilities, and routines. His friends remembered him as dependable, quiet, and thoughtful. There was no hint of a man planning to disappear, no signs of instability or restlessness. And yet, one day, he was gone. The day of his disappearance. The details of Frederick's last known movements remain crucial, because they are all we have. The day of his disappearance, McDermott left home carrying little more than the clothes on his back and a modest sum of money. It was meant to be a short journey, nothing remarkable. Those who saw him that day recall nothing unusual in his manner or words. Witnesses place him boarding a train bound for London. The time was recorded. His ticket was verified. He was there, present, accounted for, and then he was not. When the train arrived at its destination, Frederick McDermott was nowhere to be found. The vanishing, at first, his absence was assumed to be a mistake. Perhaps he had missed his stop. Perhaps he had changed trains unexpectedly. But when no sign of him emerged, alarm grew. Authorities launched inquiries. Passengers were interviewed. Conductors checked records. McDermott had indeed boarded the train, but no one could confirm seeing him disembark. It was as though he had vanished somewhere between stations, into thin air. The search investigators expanded their efforts. Rail lines were examined for evidence of an accident. Police checked hospitals, morgues, and shelters in case McDermott had collapsed or lost consciousness. Nothing. There was no body along the tracks, no report of an unidentified patient, no personal belongings left behind. His bank accounts remained. Untouched, his identification never surfaced. For his family, the search was a nightmare without end. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. Yet no trace of Frederick McDermott ever reappeared. Theories and possibilities. When a man disappears in such a way, theories inevitably fill the silence. Some are grounded in possibility, others verge on the fantastic. Accident one theory suggests that McDermott may have fallen from the train or attempted to disembark early, only to be fatally injured. But railway workers found no evidence of such an event, and no remains were discovered along the line. Voluntary disappearance. Could McDermott have chosen to vanish? Some speculated that he may have sought a new life away from responsibilities or personal troubles. But those who knew him well doubted this. He had shown no signs of distress, and no motive for abandoning his family was ever uncovered. Foul play. Another theory pointed to crime. Could McDermott have been attacked, robbed, and disposed of before the train arrived? Investigators found no witnesses, no disturbances, no signs of a struggle. The impossible theories. And then there are the more unusual suggestions. Some whispered that McDermott's case resembled the vanishing traveler legends. People who step onto a train, a ship, or a plane, only to vanish without explanation. Was his disappearance a coincidence, or part of something larger? The human cost for McDermott's family, the mystery was not just a matter of speculation, it was a wound. They waited for answers that never came. Birthdays, anniversaries, and holidays passed in his absence. Every knock at the door, every phone call carried the hope of news, and every silence confirmed the void he had left behind. Without a body, there could be no funeral. Without evidence, there could be no closure. Why this case? Endures. What makes the disappearance of Frederick McDermott so haunting is its ordinariness. Unlike the vanishings of explorers lost in uncharted seas or aircraft swallowed by vast oceans, McDermott vanished in the heart of civilization, on a train line among fellow passengers in a place where people vanish only in fiction. And yet, he was never seen again. The lack of evidence leaves his case suspended between categories. Not fully accident, not definitively crime, not convincingly voluntary. Instead, it exists in the gray space where fact and speculation collide. Reflection: Frederick. McDermott left home that day an ordinary man. Somewhere along the line, he stepped off the path of the known and into the realm of mystery. No evidence of violence, no proof of escape, no trace of a body. Just an unanswered question. How can a man in plain sight vanish without a sound? Until the day a forgotten record surfaces or a hidden truth comes to light, the story of Frederick McDermott will remain unsolved, an echo of a life interrupted, lingering in the silence of history. The disappearance of Sean Flynn, a war correspondent lost to history. In the chaos of war, many lives are lost. Soldiers, civilians, innocents caught between borders. But sometimes it is those who choose to document the truth. The journalists, the photographers, the witnesses, who vanish into the silence of conflict. One such name is Sean Flynn. The son of Hollywood legend Errol Flynn, Sean was not just an actor, not just the child of fame. He was a man who walked away from the glamour of cinema to chase the raw, unfiltered reality of war. In the jungles of Cambodia during the Vietnam War, he disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a mystery that endures more than 5 decades later. Early life, a Hollywood legacy. Sean Leslie Flynn was born in 1941, the only son of Errol Flynn, one of Hollywood's most iconic swashbuckling stars. His childhood was touched by privilege but also by turbulence. Errol was famous for his roles and infamous for his scandals. Sean grew up in the shadow of a father adored by millions, but distant in private life. After brief attempts to follow in his father's footsteps, Sean found moderate success in film. He appeared in adventure roles, including the 1962 movie The Son of Captain Blood, a symbolic echo of his father's Captain Blood. But unlike Errol, Sean did not find fulfillment. In Hollywood, he longed for something different, something real. The shift to war. Journalism. By the mid-1960s, Sean Flynn had stepped away from acting. He turned his lens not toward fictional adventures but toward the brutal reality of the Vietnam War. As a freelance photojournalist, Sean embedded himself among soldiers, guerrillas, and villagers. His photographs captured the human cost of war, not just the battles, but the suffering, resilience, and fear etched into the faces of those caught in conflict. Unlike many correspondents, Sean was known for his willingness to go deeper, closer, to danger. He took risks that others avoided. Some said it was recklessness. Others believed it was courage. His friend and fellow war photographer Tim Page often remarked that Sean carried himself not as a celebrity, but as a man searching for truth in the chaos of history. Cambodia, 1970, the fateful assignment. By 1970, the war in Vietnam had spilled across borders. Cambodia, politically unstable, became a volatile battleground. The Khmer Rouge, a radical communist movement, was gaining ground. For journalists, it was a dangerous but vital place to be. On April 6, 1970, Sean Flynn and fellow photojournalist Dana Stone set out from Phnom Penh on motorbikes. They were headed toward the front lines where fighting between Cambodian government troops and communist forces had intensified. Eyewitnesses later confirmed seeing the two men ride along Highway 1 near the Vietnamese border. They were last, spotted entering a checkpoint believed to be under the control of communist forces. And then, nothing, neither Sean Flynn nor Dana Stone, was ever seen again. The search for answers. When word of their disappearance spread, colleagues launched frantic inquiries. Were they captured by the Viet Cong? Had the Khmer Rouge taken them? Some reports suggested they had been detained by communist guerrillas. A few claimed they were executed soon after. Others believed they had been held prisoner for years before, being killed. but no solid evidence emerged. Despite decades of searching, neither bodies nor personal belongings were ever recovered. The jungles of Cambodia swallowed their trail completely. Theories surrounding his fate. Over the years, investigators, journalists, and even family members have pieced together possible scenarios. Execution by the Khmer Rouge One widely accepted. Theory is that Sean Flynn and Dana Stone were captured by Khmer Rouge forces and executed, likely within months of their disappearance. The Khmer Rouge was notoriously hostile to outsiders, and foreign journalists were often seen as spies. Long-term captivity. Some accounts suggest they may have been held as prisoners for several years. Rumors circulated that Flynn and Stone were seen alive in remote villages during the 1970s. However, none of these sightings were ever confirmed. Buried evidence. In the early 2000s, excavations in Cambodia uncovered remains thought to belong to foreign journalists. DNA tests, however, proved inconclusive. Sean Flynn's fate remained as elusive as ever. The legacy of a disappearance. Sean Flynn's vanishing became more than just a news story. It became a symbol of the risks journalists take in pursuit of truth. His mother, Lily Demita, spent years searching for answers. She invested her fortune in expeditions to Cambodia, determined to find her son's remains. She never succeeded. When she died in 1994, the mystery was still unresolved. His friend Tim Page continued the search, documenting his efforts in books and interviews. For Page, Flynn was not just another missing journalist. He was a brother-in-arms, a fellow, witness to war's brutality. Why Sean Flynn still captivates us. Perhaps it is because he was more than a casualty of war. Sean Flynn represented the crossroads of two worlds, Hollywood glamour and battlefield reality. He could have stayed in the safety of film studios, yet he chose to step into danger, camera in hand, to tell stories that others might never hear. And in doing so, he became part of the story himself, not as an observer, but as a mystery. Reflection. On that April day in 1970, two motorbikes rolled down a Cambodian road, carrying men who sought to capture truth in its rawest form. They were never seen again. Did Sean Flynn meet his end at the hands of the Khmer Rouge? Did he endure years in captivity, far from the world he left behind? Or does the jungle still keep the final chapter of his story hidden beneath its silence? More than 50 years later, the disappearance of Sean Flynn remains unsolved. And perhaps that is why it lingers. Because it reminds us that even those who seek to capture history can sometimes vanish into it, leaving only questions behind. The disappearance of Jim Thompson, the Silk King, who vanished. In the late afternoon of March 26, 1967, an American businessman stepped out for a walk in the jungles of Malaysia. He was a man of wealth, influence, and legend. But after that walk, he was never seen again. This man was Jim Thompson, the Silk King of Thailand. His disappearance became one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of Southeast Asia, leaving behind questions that linger more than half a century later. From architect to spy James Harrison, Wilson Thompson was born in 1906 in Greenville, Delaware, into a prominent American family. He trained as an architect at Princeton and later worked in New York. But the outbreak of World War II changed the course of his life. Thompson joined the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, the forerunner of the CIA. His wartime service sent him to North Africa and later to Southeast Asia, where he gained first-hand experience of espionage, diplomacy, and covert operations. After the war ended, Jim Thompson did not return to architecture. Instead, he stayed in Thailand, a country he had grown to love. And it was here that he built an empire, the Silk King of Thailand at that time. Thai silk weaving was a dying craft, practiced only in small villages. Thompson recognized both its beauty and its potential. He founded the Thai Silk Company in 1948, bringing the industry international recognition. With his eye for design and his connections to fashion houses and Hollywood, Thompson transformed Thai silk into a global luxury product. Designers in Paris and New York embraced it. Films like The King and I featured his textiles. His company not only revived a national art, but also provided livelihoods for hundreds of Thai families. By the 1960s, Jim Thompson was more than a businessman. He was a cultural figure, celebrated as the man who put Thai silk on the world stage. The house of a collector in Bangkok, Thompson built a residence that reflected his passion for Southeast Asian culture. Known simply as the Jim Thompson House, it was a collection of traditional Thai-style teak houses, reconstructed and arranged to create a stunning home. Inside, he filled it with antiques, Buddhist art, and rare objects from across the region. The house became both a private retreat and a salon for diplomats, artists, and celebrities. To many, Thompson was more than a silk merchant. He was an enigmatic figure, a man with a mysterious past, powerful friends, and a life that straddled East and West. The trip to the Cameron Highlands. March 1967, Thompson accepted an invitation to spend the Easter holiday in the Cameron Highlands of Malaysia, a resort area known for its cool climate and colonial charm. He was staying with friends at the Moonlight Bungalow, a villa nestled in the hills. On Sunday, March 26th, after a quiet morning, Thompson told his hosts he was going out for a walk. He left the house alone. He was wearing a simple shirt, trousers, and slippers. Hours passed. The afternoon gave way to evening, but Thompson never returned. The massive search, the disappearance of such a prominent figure, triggered one of the largest search operations in Malaysian history. Soldiers, police, and local volunteers combed the jungles. Helicopters scanned the dense canopy from above. Dogs traced the forest floor, but no trace of Jim Thompson was found. Not a footprint, not a piece of clothing, not a body. It was as if the jungle had swallowed him whole. Theories and speculations. Over the years, many theories have emerged to explain Thompson's disappearance. Accident in the jungle. The simplest explanation is that Thompson got lost or injured during his walk. The jungles of the Cameron Highlands are dense and treacherous, filled with steep slopes and hidden ravines. A misstep could have led to a fatal fall, yet no remains were ever discovered. Animal attack. Some have suggested he might have been attacked by a wild animal. Tigers still roamed the region at the time, but again, the absence of any evidence makes this theory unlikely. Abduction or murder. Others believe Thompson was the victim of foul play. His business success, his connections, and his mysterious past as a wartime intelligence officer fueled speculation that rivals or enemies may have orchestrated his disappearance. Espionage, conspiracy. Perhaps the most intriguing theory is tied to Thompson's OSS background. Some argue he was still involved in intelligence work during the Cold War. His knowledge of Southeast Asia and its politics may have made him a target. Was he kidnapped, silenced, or even recruited into a secret mission from which he never returned? 5. Voluntary disappearance. Another possibility is that Thompson staged his own disappearance, choosing to vanish from his public life and begin anew elsewhere. But with his thriving business and comfortable position in Bangkok, this seems improbable. The sister's death, adding to the mystery, was a strange twist that came just months later. In 1967, Jim Thompson's sister, Catherine, was found murdered in her Pennsylvania home. She had been bludgeoned to death. The crime was never solved. Some speculated a connection between her death and Thompson's disappearance, though no evidence ever proved a link. Legacy of a mystery Jim Thompson's vanishing left a void in Thailand and beyond. His silk company continued to flourish, and today it remains a leading brand in luxury textiles. His Bangkok home was turned into a museum, drawing visitors from around the world, but the man himself became a legend. Tourists in the Cameron Highlands still hear the story of the American who walked into the jungle and never came back. Writers, journalists, and investigators have revisited the case time and again, each arriving at the same conclusion: the mystery remains unsolved. Reflection. That Easter Sunday in 1967, Jim Thompson walked into the green silence of the Cameron Highlands. Did he stumble on a hidden path? Did someone wait for him in the shadows of the forest? Or did a man who once dealt in secrets meet his end in a way no one could ever prove? More than 50 years later, the jungle still holds its secret. Jim Thompson. The Silk King of Thailand remains lost, a figure suspended between history and myth.